Hello everyone, and happy Christmas, season's greetings, whatever, for this time of year. Apologies for the slightly late start. There are two things in life I will never manage to overrule. And they are the fluffy research assistants. We're on a walk, just getting back, just almost home, and they go, one of them sits down and goes, "Nope, I'm now going to do my go to the loo." Yeah, okay, fine, clean it up. Right, it's now 1 minute to past, so I better run. And then the next one goes, "Down." Oh, thank you. And then, of course, it's getting them in the house and getting everything sorted out and getting through. So, apologies for that, but fluffy research assistants do what fluffy research assistants do, and frankly, it's not for you or I to get between them and their business. Now, what else was I going to say? Oh yeah, there's definitely shortage of iron brew in the world, so, frankly, luckily I have another bottle when I finish this. But that's my last bottle in the house, so if at any point anyone hears of someone madly hunting through stores tomorrow, shouting, "Iron Brew!" in the southeast of the UK, the odds are it's either me or Drag. Okay? That's the odds. It's either me or Drag. Last bottle of brew. Here I have. Hello everyone, hello History Vanguard, hello Mark Harkness, hello Carmen Gasberg, hello Albert Zaski, hello Stephen Richards, hello Michael Cooch, hello John Shea, hello Anna Paul, hello Stephen Richards, hello Tanner Verka, hello Derp Squad, hello Carmen Gasberg, hello Wayne, hello DG40, hello Byron, hello Colin, how are you doing? Oh, shoes off, that feels better. Hello Seneca. Hello, Serban. Fluffy Research hasn't got a new coat. He thinks it's a torture device. They mostly do. Yeah. Hello, Bob. Right, I will now say this, because this will apparently earn me some iron brew. Because I went to a friend's lunch. Look, I have two sets of friends. I had university friends, from whom I got the hat for the other day, which you all remember from, probably, Brew Ships. This is the completed ensemble. These lights do flash. Well, the other two friends I had a Christmas lunch with are my school friends. I.e. the ones I've known since primary school, because I went the entire way through with the same friends. So you have uni friends, and I have the friends I made, well, mostly I made around about my 3rd birthday, which was my first ever day of school. Yes, I went to school on my 3rd birthday, and started off an unending list of, I was at work or at school for my birthday for about most of the next 25 years. And then finally I had it turn up on a weekend. But no, so, they had 3 things that if I said, well, basically off the list of things, if I said any one of them, I got a bottle of iron brew. All 3 of them I get 3 bottles of iron brew dropped off tomorrow. So, first one was, "Merry Christmas, please remember to tip your historian before you go, because it's always nice to have a friendly naval historian at Christmas." You know who you are, you know who you are, you owe me now a bottle of iron brew. And I'll say the other 2 as I go through at some point. Or I could say them all now and get it over and done with. I might as well get through the embarrassment now before we start the video properly. Welcome to Naval History with the Soviet Navy, and we hope you enjoy, comrades. And remember, drink brew, not vodka. And finally, Merry Christmas, everyone. Remember, iron brew doesn't make you look like a Rudolph if you drink too much of it, which is good. Vodka does. And that one goes out to my friend who, well, I'm not going to reveal it because that will get me into trouble, because I know you're revealing it to your family on Christmas Day. But it's going to be fun, and I'm going to enjoy watching you deal with it for the next... Right then. So, Soviet Navy. Soviet Navy. Audio is loud and clear. I'm glad. Iron Brew is available on Amazon with delivery. Michael, do not say these things to me. I will go and check. Yeah. Iron Brew. Ooh! They have a multi-pack of the original recipe Iron Brew. They have 11 cans of it available. Well, no, they have a dozen cans available for $11.99 or something. That's delivered by the 27th of December, though. I could have that to take away with me for when I'm driving around the family at various points over the New Year period. Could be easier to carry cans with me. So, being distracted by Iron Brew shortage here. I do apologise to everyone. This is more important to me than any of you. Yeah. Bye now. That's now on its way. Right. I'm going to add in a note saying that the first thing is the hellos and Merry Christmases. And let's do this. Right then. That should help people. Because I need to sift in Amazon. Alex does a GoFundMe. Now, I have Patreon, I have PayPal, I have Ko-fi, and I have Super Chat, Super Thanks, and all these things. Because, honestly, and I will say this, this has been the biggest present of this year for me, and the biggest present I will ever possibly receive. But let's be honest, the example is the trip to Canada, which is why it's my Christmas Day video on Haida and etc. Honestly, my financial stability for most of the years I've been a historian have not come from my ability as a historian. They've come from me doing jobs outside of history. And that's fine, that's part of life, and I knew that was likely to be the case when I chose being a historian. But the funny thing is, since COVID, since this channel, since becoming friends with Drac and all the other stuff I've done, yeah, history's become viable thanks to all of you, thanks to your support, thanks to the people who watch the videos and see the adverts, thanks to the people who do the super chats and the super thanks to the people who subscribe to the channel, thanks to the people who are members of the channel, thanks to people who've become patrons. I cannot overstate the importance of Patreon and the value it has created in my life, and the security in terms of being able to invest in the history I'm doing. And then there's all the donations through PayPal, etc. For the trip. And the trip we've got going on when we're going to Australia is probably going to be, again, I'm going to probably open it up and ask for funding and see if people will help me, because the thing is, that makes the history viable. That's the thing, really. You need to find a way to make history work, and there are many gatekeepers between historians and the public, and this is one of the things I find interesting about it. And one of the things I have to admit, before we really get into this, one of the things I find interesting with the whole of the Soviet Navy and Soviet history is the amount of stuff which is said in asides, the amount of stuff which is said in journal articles, versus the stuff which comes into books. You know, I've been using some very good books. I've got sitting next to me the very new Warships of the Soviet Fleets, which is just from Pen and Sword. It's a new book. And they've got another volume out, and they've got a third volume coming as well, I think. And this is by Breslaw Buslon, Jan Rodansky, and Marek Twardsky. And they're wonderful books. But they're about 5-6 years behind the journal articles. And knowing as I do the process of journal articles going through publication and how long it takes, and the amount of time it takes to turn things even into books, let alone journal articles, the history, the scholarship, is far ahead of what is put out in public. And that seems to me to be wrong. And YouTube has offered a viable way for me to try and push some of the stuff out there. It's not necessarily my research. It's some of my friends' research and work I enjoy reading and stuff I'm passionate about and interested in, but not stuff I work on. I don't... I've done a couple of articles and things about the Soviet Navy. It started off really with the Sverdlov class, but you won't find those. You'll find a Sverdlov class one, because I put that out there. But that was the Royal Navy's response to the Sverdlov class, which was put out there. Not the article on the Sverdlov class. And there's a whole thing about Soviet cruisers, which has been in journal article, how do I put this politely, purgatory, for about last 3-4 years. Thank you, Jack Ray. Thank you for gifting some memberships. Hello, Melanie6040. Glad to see you're awake. 11 cans? Not anymore, then. I'll turn the volume down just a tad. Yes. Please do remember that. Yes, the Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox Christmas is, of course, in January. It's always fun. I regularly do to free Christmases because I have friends from across the Panoply. Hello, Amelia. Hello, Ken. So saying cover was a good thing. I'm not sure I consider it a good thing, but certainly some good came out of it from my perspective. Benjamin, my quiet Christmas at the work is gone. They rented the hotel to a Hasek group. Very nice people, needy people, kids' hotels. Enjoy. Melanie, Jack Ray, hello. Colin Cameron, patron comments for the doc is how he ends up researching some of the weirdest topics with an avid audience, waiting on the resulting, e.g. Star Wars, Dr. Jutland. That's fun. Glad to help. Thank you, Thomas Van der Velde. And Merry Christmas. So, why do I start a video about the Soviet Navy back with the Battle of Tsushima? Because, as I pointed out in the recorded video, they have issues. The Soviet Navy has issues, but so does the Imperial Navy. And the Imperial Navy is gutted by Tsushima. How do I put it politely? Well, The Russians lose 5,045 dead, 803 injured, 616 captured, with their careers blighted even if they do get back. They lose 6 battleships, coastal battleship, and 14 other ships sunk. So that's, well, 21 vessels sunk. Then 2 battleships captured, 2 coastal battleships captured, a destroyer captured, and 6 more ships disarmed. So in terms of ability to learn, they have lost 32 ships, 5,000 plus people lost permanently, and most of, well, let's be honest, 7,000 people have had their careers stopped in one way or another. If you're a navy and you've lost 12,000, de facto 12,000 people, or if we want to be precise, 11,800, and I'm going to say 63. But please note that was maths. You have lost a lot of you. You have lost a lot of your good officers and a lot of your good men. But more importantly, you've lost a lot of those officers who have managed to make decisions and keep their ships going as they literally sail the fleet around the world. You're schnookered. And you need to rebuild your navy. Without that experience, without those ships to train people up on, without those officers who might well have made different and better choices when it came to their crew, without officers whose view on how you fed your crew and what turned out to be quality food good enough for them to eat was very different to some of the officers who'd been left behind. I'm not saying the Battle of Tsushima leads to the Soviet Revolution in Russia. It doesn't. It's a contributing factor, but it's not the necessary major step on the path down to it. But it is an impact on the Russian Navy. It affects them deeply. It is a grievous wound that they had not recovered from when World War I hit, and then the revolution meant they never had a chance to. So that meant that the Soviet Navy, when it's born, when it starts to come about, is dealing with that as well. Barron, would you do anything on non-built-up paper designs? Happy to. If I can find out the details for the paper designs. If they're entirely theoretical paper designs, which I cannot find books on nor visit archives on in time, then it's going to be a no. But if I can do one of those things, I'm okay. I found sand under ships are named for Rozensky. It's a shame. I would sail the whole route in Silent Hunter free without pause, and it's a long haul. It is. There's an attitude that I have come from and across a certain place that it's better for the public to be uninformed rather than misinformed. I've always found pretty... True. There are interesting things, and I have also found a perception that you can't be popular in how good content, or that in some way it's not worth bothering to try to present things in ways other than those that are traditional. I'm not sure about that. Let's put it this way. As I've said before, historians are going to disagree, and I enjoy disagreeing with my colleagues and having the arguments and debates, because you learn more about it. And sometimes we're never going to agree. We're going to look at the same piece of evidence and draw two different conclusions. We live for the argument and discussion. And that's fine. That's the way it is. Let's put it this way. I will have to say, one of the things with YouTube, and especially over the last year, is the channel's got close to 10,000. I doubt I'm going to earn the bet for my mother this year, so I think I'm going to be in um, slightly in the doghouse for that one. Um, I doubt we're going to get to 10,000 before midnight on the 24th. Not at this current point. There's several hundred needed for that one. But one of the things I like the comments when people put in reasoned evidence and they put in evidence and facts down there. Like the other day, I will use his name as an actual example. On the most recent Soviet cruiser video about the Slavs, Wadismu put an entire point about his view on the Slavs. And I would say it is certainly it is its own view, but it is more in tune with the conventional view than mine of them. And I've had discussions with him about it. And when I present the evidence, some of the evidence I have on one side, he's quick to point out how that could also agree with his view, and it could. And when he presents the evidence on his side, I point out how that fits in with my view. And it can. And that's the point. That's also part of the learning from history. The battleship Tompkin is a good example also, because there is the version which is remembered thanks to the Alexander Nevsky, if I remember correctly, the film he produced, which is a pretty good one. If it is Alexander Nevsky, isn't it? He's the guy. Sometimes I get my Russian playwrights and etc. No, that was the Prince of Novgorod. That was another of his movies, wasn't it? Oh, what was the film by? Directed by Sergei Eisenstein. Yes. Yeah. I think it was Sergei Eisenstein who did Battleship Tompkin, wasn't it? Yes, it was Sergei Eisenstein. And I was remembering him as Alexander Nevsky because that is the movie of his which I actually like. The Tompkin one I find laborious beyond belief. We'll leave that to one side. The point is, that is the popular account that's often remembered and is sometimes circulated by people is actually closer to the film than it is to reality. Why? Because the film's been around long enough and a lot more people have seen that, and so that's what people are using as their touchstone, not the actual event. No, it's midnight on the 24th. It's a Christmas bet, Melanie. It's got to be by Christmas, so it's midnight on the 24th. What they eat on Russian ships, worse than age of exploration. Well, the reason the battleship Tompkin actually rebels is because they get served rancid meat. And the medic and the logistics officer let it on, and the doctor set up opposite fit. And this is one of the reasons why, if we go to British ships, etc., even in this period, as a rule, the officers are eating the same food as the men. It might be they don't have to prepare it themselves. They have people who prepare it for them, and what they get they might be slightly served in slightly better, not a slightly nicer fashion. And if you're the captain, you might well get it served to you by your personal steward and have been checked on by your personal steward, but they will receive, broadly speaking, the same food. They have differences in terms of alcohol vis-a-vis the exact alcohols they didn't have access to, but that's more reflective of the fact that they had the money to spend on the more expensive stuff. So, yeah, when one thinks about it, there's only 12 years between the Bolshevik Revolution and the Battle of Tsushima. That's very short in naval terms. That's a blink of the eye in naval terms. And yes, the food was worse than the age of exploration at some point. That's good. Military history visualized said in German language academia there's apparently a culture of writing for each other, and writing when it's accessible to the public is looked down upon. I would say that in the UK there is some academia which is like that. It's less, but there is some which is like it, especially when it comes to journal articles. But that's mostly because who are your audience who are reading journal articles? You are writing for academia because people who read journal articles do tend to be the academia. They're basically the internal magazines. And I know people don't like it, and journal articles charge a tremendous amount of money for what they're giving off to people, but pay nothing for the articles, and often pay nothing for the editing and the reviewing by the authors, by other academics. So do strike me as sometimes being a bit of a financial racket, but there are some which I do realise are very much not like that. I do know there are some which are very much not like that, and yeah. It's like everything, there's always good and bad in every industry. Besides, during the Soviet Revolution, a big part of the Russian Navy sided against Threads, so another big memory loss. It was kind of interesting because the Russian Navy mostly sided against the Tsarist government, but against the Reds as well. They were very much moderates. And then, of course, there's the fact that actually one of the most successful land general for the White Army, the counter-revolutionary, was an admiral who brought his army across from Siberia. You know, as you do. So, and by the way, what does in the doghouse mean? It means that I'd better be on my best behaviour on Christmas Day and not do anything which actively upsets anyone. Oh, thank you, Dirt Squad, but no. I'll get there honestly, or I'll get there not at all. Sergei Eisenstein, yeah. I know. The good movie he does is Alexander Nevsky. Hello, Wilski. Where are the fluffy Kirovs and Slavs? They're currently in the house in the warm. I have a fluffy torpedo here today. So wait, is starting a journal article, academic journal, good or racket? It is. Tom, I often find it more interesting general topics in the countries that are around them, ironically. Like the best World War II electronics gang is in Holland or Switzerland. That's where the big brains are. That's good. True, but military history visualized suggests that historians who write public history are ostracized by a sizable faction of academics because they're not doing serious history. This is off topic, but there was a serious debate I had with a couple of colleagues when I was doing my book, that I was trying to write a book which would have all the requirements of the academia in terms of its referencing, etc. And would be academically on point. Yet at the same time, he says this looking around. I was literally holding my book a few hours ago. It was in my hand. But at the same time, was able to be read by everyone. This caused an interesting discussion with some of my colleagues, who didn't believe such a thing was possible. I have no idea where it's gone. I was literally holding it. It can't have been more than half an hour ago. It's amazing. My ability to make books disappear. Oh, there it is. And that one. So, then we have the cruiser Aurora. Now, this is a good example of the Soviet Navy because this vessel is critical. It's absolutely critical to the Soviet Navy in its creation. And it's still around, of course, to this day. It's been preserved as a piece of living history. I doubt I will ever get to visit her. I really do. She took part in the Russo-Japanese War. She took part in the October Revolution. And she even was still serving as a training ship in World War II. Although the guns were taken from her and she was used in defense of Leningrad, and she was docked in Urabian port and actually ended up sinking in harbour because she's being damaged. But yeah. I don't know. She's an interesting ship. So, initially the Kronstadt sailors were the tip of the revolution. Yes, well, sailors are often... How do I put this politely? You have three advantages in terms of revolutionary zeal with sailors. One, a sailor will have to be quite a thinking person because they can't just do. They have to think how they're going to do. A ship is constantly moving. A ship is constantly... It is not a safe place to exist, a ship. Just as a normal ship moving around. You can't afford, even no navy can afford to have their navy manned by unthinking automatons. They need to actually be able to adapt to the circumstance with them. That means they tend to be quite, on the average, brighter than perhaps the average would normally be. Or at least more used to having to think about how they're going to do things than the average normally would be. It gives them the idea, gives them some sort of problem solving and therefore apparently looking on average brighter. And this means they're going to think about things. And then you've got the fact that when a ship is in harbour, these people tend to have a lot of time on their hands. And you don't need a lot of them for sentry duty. And there's only so much make busy work you can do when in harbour. And that gives them ample time to think about things. And then you put them into the cauldron that is a scenario where they can't go away. If you're in an army, in a sort of regiment, if you get served terrible food, etc., you tend to voice your discipline by disappearing. You go AWOL. If you're on a ship, you can't voice your displeasure at terrible food by disappearing. You can't. You're on that ship. You're part of that ship. You can't get away from that ship. So you end up having to eventually mutiny. And this is one of the interesting things I've been talking about today, because I've been recording some of the video stuff and re-recording some of the stuff which is going in the video which we built up and which will come out on Sunday. The Christmas video on Haida. And the Canadian Navy has mutinies. In late 1940s, early 1950s, they have mutinies. They have issues. But the thing is that how they are dealt with and how captains deal with them. And that's again the problem for the Soviets and for the Russians, is how does a captain deal with mutiny? In the Soviet system, there are a lot of problems for a captain who deals with mutiny. In that even if they're successful in dealing with the mutiny, the captain will face repercussions. In the Imperial system, well, it doesn't tend to reward creativity for captains in dealing with mutinies. And that's a problem. Moon's World. He doesn't have a doghouse. He owns a king-size bed I get to share. Yeah. At least I can't be... they can't make me sleep in a tent in the garden anymore. I've got my office. Although I haven't yet put up the new hooks I've got for my hammock in here. I have got hooks. I have got a hammock and I can stick it up in here, and I can snooze happily in my office. But shh, the family don't realise it. Basically, I can close all the curtains, turn off lights, and get some hammock time in. But as said, this is mainly due to the fact the sheer length of the recorded videos for this, and the fact that all three of them are already out. This is more about me answering questions of the series and me discussing the naval history of the Soviet Navy with you. There is doing a 4-hour conventional, even conventional style, as I do on this channel, seminar style history of the Soviet Navy just wouldn't fly. So there are going to be bits which I sort of skip through, and that's because they're covered in long patrols and recorded videos, and if no one has questions about them, I'm going to presume they're happy with the answers given in the recorded videos. So I don't know, I've seen YouTube videos about Travel class ships. Cite your book as the source. I know. I'm quite happy about that. Do I know Lynette Norsbacher? Oh, doesn't sound like it. Someone I know personally. No. I think I know of them. Yeah, I know of them, but I don't think... no, I've never met them and I don't know them. Take care, Amelia. Enjoy your Christmas party. Hey, Dogson. So that's why the US Navy makes sure to serve good food. It's the same with the Royal Navy. If you serve bad food, nothing will cause you more trouble on the ship than serving bad food. Honestly, it's again the same as submarines, and it's the big thing when they've sort of been talking about trips to Mars, etc., and those sort of space. It works okay with a small number of elite scientists and astronauts who are heavily trained, etc., and focus on that, and it's a very selective process. They're fine. Once you've got larger numbers of people going backwards and forwards, and maybe multiple ships going backwards and forwards between Earth and Mars and those sort of things, then if you want to see what a communist revolution on your ships going to Mars looks like, you keep serving them bad food. There is going to be one of two things that are going to happen. One, as with merchant ships in most of the world, you are going to end up with the chief cook, the cook becoming basically the cook becoming de facto third in command of the ship, and sometimes de facto in command of the ship because people send them bad food, or you're going to end up with a lot of people getting in a lot of trouble. So good quality food becomes very critical very quickly when you're on a long deployment, and especially when you're aboard ships. Now, some key points about the workers and peasants fleet. Okay. Rabush Krasetsky Krasny Flot. Okay? Rabush Krasny Krasny Flot. Very badly pronounced, but that's about as close as I can get to it. As of 1922, their strength was Baltic Sea, 3 battleships, 2 cruisers, 10 destroyers, and at least in theory, some submarines. Some people give me numbers of those submarines, and I go, yeah. The Black Sea Fleet existed definitely in theory. The remnants of the fleet of Piotr Nikolaich Wrangels, or basically Wrangels fleet, had been 2 battleships, including an Imperiatsa Maria class dreadnought, which they have none of those available. Remember, what's often forgotten about the Russians is we talk about the Ganguts. They actually have another class of dreadnoughts they produced, the Imperiatsa Maria, which are basically, how do I put this politely? They're produced after the Ganguts. They're based on the Gangut design. And yet they're worse than the Ganguts. And again, if you want to know about those, I have an entire video on the construction of dreadnought battleships. Like the whole series of videos on dreadnought battleships. And you will find all about the Imperiatsa Marias and the Ganguts in those videos. And goes into their good points, bad points, and weird points. And not necessarily in that order. They had a whole load of pre-dreadnought battleships, which they were very rapidly scrapping because they were absolutely terrible. Their cruisers, actually probably the Aurora is possibly the best cruiser they have left in the 1920s. Certainly arguably the most actual viable in terms of floating. Destroyers they had were, well, you see, this is the thing. I get told certain numbers of them, and I go, yes, but those numbers include ships which I know and you know. There are pictures of them, and they are sitting on the bottom of a harbour with their top superstructure floating out of the water. And 5 years later, when they're scrapped, they are in the same position. So you can say they have a destroyer, but that's like saying I have, I don't know, if my glass had a hole in it, I have a glass. And by the way, I mean a hole in the base. Submarines, well, I would say that being in the submarine service has always required very brave people who are prepared to spend months away from their family and long periods of time underwater rebreathing in each other's farts. Because, let's be honest, that is what the air starts to be after a certain amount of time. You can have all the scrubbers you like, but you are only one curry night away from the fact that you are going to be breathing in toxic fumes of the organic created variety, okay? And in my experience, curry night on a submarine comes around far too often. So that's, and the submarines were, if they refloated, and again, maintenance had got spotty for a while. Gunboats, they had an eclectic mix, including stuff which are being built by the Red forces themselves, and a recovery ship, which is actually still used to say. In Russia, Captain shoot me in the head? Tried to. That's good. If you're in the army and can't voice your disapproval of conditions by going AWOL, you do it by breaking stuff. If that doesn't work, you break the officers. In my experience, the NCOs have usually broken the officers before the soldiers get round to it. Guns cannot go AWOL, and you have a small space and many people. Ideal for agitators. Mm-hmm. Also, worship is a high-tech environment in the early 20th century, still is today, and this made crew, again, more educated than the average population. Mm-hmm. Markuch, will Hot Top Historian be complemented by Hammock-bound Historian? I was going to call it the Hammock High Historian when I have it set up, and maybe, but I was planning on actually getting more Hot Top Historian at some point, because, honestly, the Hot Top Historians have proved disturbingly popular. They seem to get shared more than almost any other videos. I do not know why, but they get shared a lot. I'm not sure if we went to the same military college or not. No. No, we don't. As I said before, I'm a contract lecturer. I go where I get paid. But no, I work at civilian universities. In the UK, that doesn't necessarily mean you teach only civilians, because there's quite a lot of universities which have courses which are used by the forces, etc., and so they send a lot of people on them. So, yeah. There's another thing. When aboard of spaceships, you better be a good cook, or else you'll take a spacewalk sans spacesuit. Mm-hmm. I'm not getting into the whole ID debate, because I'm one of those people who can sit on the ID debate and can argue both sides. Quite happily. I personally would say I think you need to make a better case for it in order to get people on board. And I don't think, again, they're making the best case for it. But there again, it seems to me they very rarely make the best case for anything in politics, which possibly is why you get the extremes start to prove so attractive, because they tend to try and make a case which is more based in, I don't know, something which people can grasp than something esoteric. Rapid Razor, good afternoon. There are submarines and there are operational submarines. Yes, and there are submarines which may or may not refloat. That's good. If everyone is having the same bad food, they won't be able to won't be too much trouble. It'll be accepted for a few months' passage. If the captain dines on steak, not so much. In my experience, the perception the captain dines on steak, it doesn't matter whether the captain really dines on steak or not. It means that if the perception is that the captain is dining on steak, that's when the trouble is. And because the captain tends to, by their default, even in a space scenario, will tend to eat alone because of what they're running around and they're doing, and because of the scenario of their role, people will get that perception whether they are or not. This is the problem. You are on a ship in the nicest way. You're moving around, and people will see who's eating what, but perceptions can be very different from those who've seen. And it can be no matter what the ship, the captain, steward, etc. says, well, I just took him a sandwich. People are going to believe what they want to believe. And I've even had this discussion on, not on a Royal Navy ship, please note that, but on a Western ship, where there wasn't necessarily the most liked captain in charge. It wasn't bad, but it didn't seem to be that popular with the crew. And I had been chatting with the captain, and I knew that they just had a sandwich, and some crisps, and a coffee, I think it was, for the snack, for a quick snack, and then we're back on the bridge doing work. They were a very hard worker, not very good necessarily at explaining themselves as a captain. And then a few minutes later, I was down below chatting away, and I could hear someone say, "Oh yeah, you know, the captain snacks on, you know, the finest gets." If I was going to put it in terms of English terms, would be sort of the equivalent of, "Oh, gets really cool, gets nice things like sausage rolls and those things for his breaks," while the rest of us having sandwiches. And you sit there and go, "No, he's having sandwiches and crisps like all of you. He's not getting anything different. He's not getting anything nice and fancy." But that's what can happen. Sure, you know it's bad when you have a theoretical strength for the Navy, generally does something you should be able to quantify. It should be. And this is part of the trouble and reason why the Soviets don't get invited to participate in the Washington Naval Treaty. Because, honestly, everyone's looking at the mess which is the Soviet Union and Russia, and they don't honestly think they're going to be around long enough, or they're actually going to invest in a Navy. And so they don't invite them. But actually, I think it's one of the biggest losses, because if you'd invited the Soviet Union to be part of the Washington Naval Treaty, A, they'd have grasped hold of that treaty with an absolute love. I mean, literally. Being invited to be part of the Washington Naval Treaty, being seen to be accepted internationally, would have made them sing for the stars, jump up, do everything they could to be part of it. They really would. But they weren't. I've got a book somewhere. Somewhere, one of those books. Where is it? It's somewhere around here. Is it? No, that's not it, is it? Yeah, this one doesn't have an announcement. I don't remember, because I thought it, I'm not sure if it is Jordan who talks about it. Soviet Union. Soviet Union. Nope, nope. No, not in here. But no, the Soviet Union would have absolutely loved to have been part of the Washington Treaty. But the interesting thing is what impact it would have had on the Washington Treaty. Because who would the Soviet Union declare they should be the same as? I have a sinking suspicion they would have wanted to be the same as Japan, which would probably push Japan up requesting even more, but also would have been interesting because the Soviet Union, if they're the same strength as Japan, well, they then have to maintain a Pacific Fleet, Baltic Fleet, Black Sea Fleet, and Northern Fleet eventually out of the same strength as Japan, which kind of puts them in the same position as Britain versus America, in that America needs to divide its fleet in two. Britain needs to divide its fleet in about 5. Yes, they're theoretically the same strength, and thankfully the British are banking on the Americans never actually building up to their limitations, which they don't, which allows the British a lot of room to play. But for the Japanese, it would have been a big problem. But it would have also changed the scenario for the Germans, changed the scenario for the Turks, and would have changed the scenario, for the Turks, and probably changed the scenario for a few, as well as the Japanese, for a few of the powers, for Russia being included. And it's one of the biggest what-ifs of the Washington Naval Treaty. If Russia is part of the Washington Naval Treaty, if they're brought into the treaty system, how does this impact the treaties? It also brings about the thing of, if you've got the Soviets involved, do you want the Germans involved? And again, this could create a very different system than that which we see evolving into World War II. Jack Ray, sorry, I skipped this hot tub story in shorts now after seeing two of them. Probably sensible. No one needs to see that much of me in a hot tub. Makes me remind of scenes of Dalboot. This is Franson. He stinks the most. You can always friend the captain officers with torpedo duty. They become torpedoes if the food situation goes bad. Yeah. Manly powers. Thank you, Tanef. Mark Hannes. It's easier to handle discontented soldiers. They're right where you can squash them, as an example. Harder control men at sea, and if trouble does start, the effects of large natural acid. That's good. Off topic, but is there a reason the crews who disobey Halsey's orders to stop searching for survivors after Cobra weren't court-martialed because Halsey would have to justify it? That's usually why court-martials don't happen. There's also the fact that potentially various other more senior admirals than Halsey didn't exactly think they did the wrong thing, and it might have caused more trouble within the US Navy for them to actually carry on for it. Let's put it this way: Halsey can make a good reason for why he gave the order he did, but they could also provide a good reason for why they did for what happened. Doc, NASA has already had a couple of mutinies over conditions. Food is always causing an issue. And also 16365, hello. Did the Soviet Navy have the capability to support capital ships, carriers, battleships, better from the time of Stalin later? Yes. Okay, please note, there are limitations. Where can I support these ships? Well, not the Northern Fleet. That's the trouble for Archangelisk, the Royal Sovereign, which is used for the Russians. That's where the fleet she's in. If she'd been in the Black Sea, they had facilities that they could support them there. And the Baltic, they could support them. The Pacific and the Northern Fleet couldn't support them. They didn't have the infrastructure in place. Even today, when we're talking about ships being constructed, and again, this was one of the fun things I had with the Slava class video lately, talking about that, and talking about that again with the wonderful What Is Moo, as his name on Discord goes, chatting with him about that sort of stuff and going through it. Just remembering the issues which the yard building the Slavas had with constructing them. The Soviets have a lot of theoretical facilities, but there is a reason the yards that you often see building the stuff are the ones in the Baltic and the Black Sea. And those are the big yards that actually can build stuff. And the Northern Fleet, it's slow to get the facilities to build anything. I don't think anyone's... I don't think anyone will be running around with a Kuznetsov voodoo doll, because if you do, there's always the risk of voodoo dolls that it comes back on you, so you don't want to do that. It's got enough bad luck without you needing the voodoo doll. Richards, how long were they on a sub-crew? What rank, etc.? Crew is a mixture usually on subs of officers and sailors. And that's the other problem. If you think the sailors on your ships need to be educated and skilled, the sailors on your submarines need to know really what they're doing. It makes me strikes me that I'm good for plan for everyone's good for everyone's morale. The captain die public on occasion. Most captains do try and do so on occasion. They do try and mess with their crew when they can. At least go with the other officers when they can. But it's not always possible. And sometimes you're just... In the case of the captain, who I was talking about earlier, very, very good at their job. They've gone on for more senior post in the Navy. They're with, and they're perfectly affable. They're just not, I would say, good at the human style of leadership you need, in that they would have probably fitted well with a Victorian era Navy, and they'd have been a perfectly popular and fine captain in that period. These days, you need to have a bit more of the X factor going on in terms of motivating your crew. Even that, but if they invite the Soviets, then they have to invite all the South American tin pot navies too. Well, whatever your view of the South American navies today, I'm not sure if I'd call the ones in the 1920s and 30s tin pot navies. The Brazilian navy of the 1930s was pretty darn decent, as was the Argentine and Chilean navies of the 1920s and 30s. These were navies which had received a lot of funding, a lot of investment, and a lot of love, as well as a lot of training. And if you've already got the Italian and the French navy on there, you can't really complain. It becomes an interesting case. The Soviet Navy you can make more of a case of than probably you can the South American navies, because the South American navies are very localized. If you are putting the Soviet Navy in there, you're basically saying, right, then this is all the international powers. Because the Soviet Navy, again, by default, because of the fact that the Soviet Union is present in all those parts of the globe, has a global reach. It's basically, the Soviet Union is a global power because it is stretched across so much of the globe. Not because it has necessarily the actual reach to be able to deploy ships from one part to the other part, as Britain or America or France could at the time, but because it has bases there, so it can get its ships from bases to bases. That's good. Inviting the Soviet Union to naval conference and legitimize the Soviet government, whilst the Western powers de facto had to have diplomatic relations with the Soviets, they weren't polite about it. No, but again, there are advantages in it still. Would have been a good way to get many market concessions, getting the independence of some of the Civil War breakaway states. Potentially, sure, Mac. Potentially. This one. Soviet Union want parity to the US and UK because they need an Atlantic Pacific fleet. They couldn't afford to build them, but they want the recognition. They wouldn't get it. And remember, we're talking about Lenin's Soviet Union, not Stalin's Soviet Union. So Lenin would probably agree to parity with Japan, a second-ranked naval power to Britain and America, as a starting point. Later on, they could build up to more, but that's their starting point. And the fact is, it would take them long enough to build up to it that, you know, that's the fun. I think the Japanese allocation therefore would probably have had to go up in terms of number of ships, because the Japanese would insist on it if they're going to have parity with the Soviet Union. Now, remember, they had fought wars with the Russians quite recently, and I think therefore you would have slightly more ships for the British and the Americans as well. Don Joan, wasn't a NASA mutiny over sleep? Yeah, I think there was, sleep was a factor into it, if I remember the story correctly, but I think there was also food issues as well. What's the 1960s and 70s to Soviet high watermark of Soviet naval power in terms of quality and training, given the issues during the 1980s and collapse of the USSR in the 1990s? I would say you definitely have an argument to say in the 1970s is when it reaches its peak in terms of overall effectiveness compared to other powers. But in terms of quality of ships they're producing, they are getting better, and the ones they're planning in sort of the late 1980s that are being built for the Soviet Navy in the 1990s would have been far better. But I disagree necessarily with some of the metrics used by people to assess the quality of the ships, because, as you know, my view of the Soviet Navy is that they knew exactly their wartime capabilities and the realities, and they weren't necessarily building their ships about fighting war, but about winning war, but winning the peace, so they could better be prepared in a better position to try and win the war, and that makes that makes a difference in their ships. Mm-hmm. Again, there is, though, an interesting thing, and one of the reasons why the Soviet Navy were the Navy chosen to highlight so in the era of the cruiser was because the Soviet Navy would become so associated with cruisers as surface ships. They were built up from a new heart by completion of the Imperial cruisers. Pardon me. I've now remembered I have actually missed lunch myself today, so I might order some food at some point. That might explain why I have, because I've literally lived off Iron Brew alone. Ah well, okay. Soviets in Washington Naval Treaty. Also, Western powers could occasionally send experts to see the newest Red Fleet ships. Human intel was lacking. Certainly, but also there's the fact that honestly most of their newest ships built were these ones which were pre-World War I designs, which were completed. And then when later ones are completed, they're usually completed with the help of Italian or other naval engineering from across the world. So usually they did find out about them. It's just the level of intelligence usually came through the engineers who had the connections. Or is that? I think Hot Tub Historians are plot. Mm-hmm. It's certainly fun. Although I do need to do... the thing I've noticed with the various videos is I need to go to the gym more. I have been missing for the last 3 months, although I haven't gone to the gym because of car issues and other things, etc., as much as I normally do. In fact, I'm down to about once a week. And it shows. I usually am about 4 to 5 times a week. I'm down to once a week, and it shows. There's also the fact that the captain needs invite suite in the various wardrooms. That isn't true by tradition, but a good captain can find a way to wangle an invitation. That's good. Lenin was just about as paranoid as the Western powers as Stalin was. Given they just tried to overthrow his government in 19... I think Lenin would want a fleeting being. Yes, but Lenin is slightly more pragmatic than Stalin is when it comes to... and I don't really like dictating the various possibilities of the various rationality of Stalin versus Lenin. Neither is a particularly nice person. But Lenin would probably see the advantages of also being part of the Washington negotiations. I wonder if the Russians got an allocation on Washington if the Japanese would consider alternative acquisition strategies. Well, the thing is, you then have the scenario for the... thank you, Bishop. You then have the scenario that both Japan and Germany would have to deal with probably a stronger Russian Navy, or a stronger Soviet Navy. Why? Because if they have a treaty allowance, then suddenly that provides an incentive, A, to build up to it for the Soviets, and they probably would build up to it, but also now for the Japanese, if they decide to attack the Americans, they've also got to factor in the Soviet Navy into their plans. And the Germans would have to also factor in the Soviet Navy far more into their plans. And it could be really interesting for all the strategy of people. and the various powers. So people in charge. One of the things about the Soviet Navy, you realise, is it has some periods of relative peace. And between November 1921 and August 1937, it has only 4 commander-in-chiefs. Which, if we think about it, means roughly 4 years in post for each. Actually works out slightly differently, because one of them has a lot less time in post. Vladimir Mefronovich Orlov, who gets pulled down for various reasons. But, yeah, Edward Pantharsky, Vishali Izmailov, and Romil Mukovich, they are important people who manage to provide some consistency. Again, the Soviet Navy has consistency. It's one of the advantages they have with Gorshkov. Love him, loathe him, hate him, despise him, whatever you... Or you know, think he's the greatest thing that sliced bread, whatever you want to do with him. The fact is, he's in power for so long, he provides a real consistency of thought process to the Soviet Navy. So, yeah, Japan probably tried to Copenhagen the Soviet Pacific Fleet, and then spend the rest of the war repairing them. They'd probably try all sorts of things. Hello, Nook. And look, it's often dangerous to be in charge of the Soviet Navy. Honestly, it is more so for some than for others. It's more so for some than for others. I would say for Vladimir Mitronovich Orlov, it's a real problem. And you also have to remember, admirals are automatically regarded with suspicion because by their very nature they have to meet the foreigner. Admirals go outside the Soviet Union. They have the opportunity to meet people who are the Western, who are the foreigner, and be exposed to them, and they have the requirement to do so. So you can't stop them easily. You can monitor them, and by gum do they try to monitor them, but you can't stop them easily doing so. That's good, possibly, but Lenin and Trotsky are also the people who thought that rejecting the German peace terms would cause the German army to overthrow their government. Yeah, I'm not saying they're necessarily the brightest people in the world when it comes to these things, but also, again, the very fact of inviting them, and in the period when it's happened, it's years after that. And it's a case of they need to get people on side. So the Soviet Navy carries on quite blandly, really, until you get to the second 5-year plan. Okay, please note, the first 5, under this, for some the logic to understand this, you have to consider the first 5-year plan a success. We can all consider the first 5-year plan what we want to consider it. I would say a complete and utter cluster. But, for the purposes of this discussion, we have to consider it a success. Okay? Because that's what they do to start commencing this work. The fact that they change methodology and include carrot as well as stick, they include things like childcare to enable mothers to be deployed to the workforce and all this sort of things, suggests that they realise the reality of the first 5-year plan, but no, still. They are so. Second 5-year plan was heavy industry as its top priority. They aimed that Soviet Union would not be far behind Germany as one of the world's major steel-producing countries. Communications, this is especially things like railways, had to be faster and more reliable. Build the foundations for the planned next phase of the next 5-year plan to support the military. The reality is, though, the second 5-year plan was atrocious. It was. Yeah. Okay. You can maybe run an economy as a planned, controlled economy, centralized like the Soviet Union is trying to run it, if, and I say if, you have accurate information going up and down every level, and every level is truthfully and fully honest with the level above it and a level below it, and every level passes on a basis of mutual trust, respect and cooperation, where you will not get killed for failing to achieve something, but will instead get supported to try and work out how to achieve something, and you are set reasonable, achievable, sensible targets rather than fantasies. Maybe it then works. But the reality is, that's not how the Soviet Union was run. That's not what the Soviet Union was like. That's not who was in charge of the Soviet Union. And the second 5-year plan failed to reach the production levels of coal and oil industries. Railways were still a flop. If you want to have an example of the railway still being a flop, if you look up the Trans-Siberian Railway, let me just check which scenario this comes under. Trans-Siberian Railway. I want it on the map. There's a travel company in London which does the Trans-Siberian Railway. I know this because they get its attention. But if we zoom in on the Trans-Siberian Railway, and you really look at the railway, and you go, right then, let's look at you. Let's look at your standards and what you're doing and all the various systems you're providing. And you will notice quite a lot of it is single track, i.e. it's one line. So you can't have trains going in both directions at the same time. You can't, because they'll bash into each other. They have to wait at signals. Now, this slows down your movement quite considerably. Quite considerably. However, they did rebuild it, and the route since 1930, when the second 5-year plan really sort of completes it, is better than it had been, broadly speaking. But it's really not a good long-term railway for them. And that had been a project which they'd been planning a lot of work on. And there is possibly a apocryphal tale that Stalin only realised one section was actually only still single track when he passed over it in a train. And whilst, yes, he was used to the fact that trains tend to be stopped when he was moving around on his train, he noticed that there were not rails on either side of the track, so it was not on. It was not a dual track line. Alright, given Dr. Clarke, given the Soviet love of cruise missiles, it seems the Arsenal ship would be square in their wheelhouse. Have you looked at the Kirov class? It's basically what they become, although they're nuclear powered and called battlecruisers. Richard, top people in the USN don't stay long enough to be blamed for their predecessors' disasters in procurement, thinking of the LTS and Zumwalts. Yeah. Talking about early Soviet diplomatic alternate history is probably a series of videos in itself. Interesting to think about, though. I forgot the Russian terms for lying to your boss again. Vranyo? I think it's something like that, but I can't remember again. Don Giovanni, you need a global artificial intelligence for a planned economy. Need something. Anuk, LCS was a failure of concept. Zumwalt was more a failure of execution. What is most interesting about Zumwalt was much of the high-tech seemed to work. The humdrum mechanics didn't. I would say much of the issue of the Zumwalts comes back to the thing that they were nailed to on the mast. The big railgun didn't work on time. Come on, dictators do tend to need to be wary of animals. Just look at Canaris. That's good. I watched an interesting video on about lying about economic statistics. It's almost impossible to walk back a lie later because of how quickly they compound, and you have to report a massive reduction in production to get the report back to reality. Even a relatively minor over-report for a few years can lead to a significant reporting error. Yep. Primark 359. Doesn't an Arsenal ship imply they don't use their own sensors? Just linked to Fluid Magazine. Yes and no. There are differing concepts of the Arsenal ship. Some of the more recent ones are, as you suggest, but some of the older ones were more their own vessel. Instant industry works as well as instant democracy. Probably. Now, here is one of those class of destroyers which doesn't get enough praise. And this was the thing when people sort of talking about it, and this is something which I thought, well, I'll put in, because honestly they don't get enough coverage on how quite good they are. They are good little destroyers. They really are good little destroyers. They have 4 single 130mm guns, 2 single 76.2mm AA guns, 4 single 45mm AA guns, some 12.7mm machine guns, some two triple 21-inch torpedo lot tubes, could carry between 60 and 95 mines or 25 depth charges, which to me doesn't make much sense, as I'm fairly certain that as same spaces which you've got on there which you can use for mines, you could also assemble a rack for the more depth charges should you wish to on those rails. In fact, I'm fairly sure during World War II, at least at one point, some of these destroyers actually do that, but we'll leave that to one side. We can also enjoy the fact that because they have their rails run either side of their torpedoes, until they've got rid of their mines, they can't use their torpedoes if they're carrying mines and a full load of mines. And yes, that is a sort of Germanish style funnel system. Honestly, most governments, either communist or not, in fact, most governments as a whole engage in multi-year schemes because usually these things do take long times to do. And honestly, to do things does take a long, long time. And you do need to try this. You can't just announce, we're going to change this. It tends to not be that quick to change the oil tanker that is humanity's direction. That's good. Yeah, when the direct superior knows numbers are fudged, then it commands it goes up the chain of command until that person on top is being told an absolute fairy tale. True. And what's interesting is how often the person at the absolute top knows it's an absolute fairy tale because they've been at every level on the way up. In fact, let's be honest, most ship classes procured in the history have been multi-year procurements. So multi-year plans are definitely not something which is just under communism. And then we have the Kirov class cruisers. Now, these are interesting ships, okay? The Kirov class cruisers to me represent the first time the Russians, the sort of Navy especially, really sort of goes, we're going to look at what we need. Their Naval is known as the Project 26. They are succeeded by the Shapiev class. And they built 6. They planned 6, they built 6. Kirov, Voshlov, Maxim Gorky, Molotov, Kaganovich and Kalinin. All 6 survived World War II. Armed with 9 7.1 inch, that's 180mm guns in 3 triple turrets. 6 single 100mm guns in single mounts with 3.9 inch, that's 3.9 inch dual purpose turrets. 6 single 45mm air guns. Some more 21 inch torpedo tubes. Able to carry 96 to 164 mines and 50 depth charges. If you're thinking you're dealing with basically something which is sort of a scaled up version of this, you wouldn't necessarily be wrong. And what do they get for it? Well, they get a cruiser with a top speed of 36 knots, despite the fact the Italians had guaranteed it be 37 knots. But they did guarantee that as long as the ship was kept under a 7,200 ton limit. And, well, the cruiser in standard weighed 7,890 tons. So that's 690 tons over that limit. Although I doubt that counts for a full knot. But, you know, life is fun. And they could do 3,750 nautical miles at 18 knots, which means they're not really ships you want for tootling around the Pacific, I suppose, but for the Black Sea, for the Baltic, for those missions, they are very good. And they're definitely good-looking cruisers. That's what the Chinese economic minister said. He measured the economy's health by looking at power usage, train timetables, and numbers of shipping containers moving in England's ports. Probably gives him about as much accurate information as he's probably ever going to get. Vision should have designed 155 guns to take us full back to the standard Army 155 shells, just in case. Honestly, I would say with a lot of the systems designed for the Zumwalt, I would have built the Zumwalt class. I'd have fitted in with whichever of the new technologies were available when they launched. And I'd have had standardized technology not too dissimilar to what we already have in place to go and fit in the slots until the other things were ready. Richards, you are edging very close. I presume very, very close to the line. Very close. Why a 7.1 inch gun? It was the largest they could make. And it was actually quite a good system. It's known as the 1933-31-33 model guns. Yeah, I didn't think that was what you were trying to do, Richards. It's just, once you use that sort of phraseology, one looked like you were talking about nation state, the other one was, Yeah. The 1931-33 patent 118mm guns were a sort of family of kind of interesting guns which the Soviet Union managed to get together. They start off with work on the Admiral Nakhimov class. And if we go back to the Chervona Ukraina, that's where they sort of start to fit them. And they start to become their standard weapons. And basically, there is a debate as to how much of the Raimundo Montecuccoli class the Kirovs are actually based on. Certainly the Soviets do get very into the Italian designs, and this is always the fun things when I start to tell people, well, you have to remember the biggest trading and technological trading partners of the Soviet Union were the fascist states. They loved trading with Italy, they loved trading with Germany, they also trade with Britain, They bought stuff off Japan. They bought stuff off America. That there is some really interesting. The amount of times I tell people, "Oh, they're a pariah state." No, people are still selling them stuff. Today, we have the concepts and technologies around that make states be a pariah state when we're not selling them anything. In the 1920s and 30s, you could not like someone but still sell them stuff. Richard, I was like, not like that. I get what you mean. Yeah. Nuance, yes. You have yes. Nuance and precision in language is important sometimes because you might have an interesting point to make, but if you make it and you don't have use the right phraseology, this is one of the reasons why academics can spend so long. A, tenure is quite so important, and B, why academics can spend so long thinking about things before they publish it, because it's getting the phraseology right. And that's some of the problem with sometimes the videos. You know, I sometimes re-record videos almost a day, and I've had them ready for weeks, and then I'll look through them before they're supposed to go live, and I'll re-record them that day and hope they go up on time, because I look at the nuance and the language in it and go, actually, I'm not sure I agree with that. Oh, sorry. Girls 18 site. Bye-bye. Thank you. You have been pumped. You have been bumped by Sean Mack. But I will also report you and send you off to the YouTube gods of spam. Basically, also, the 180 grun was not actually a bad one. If you consider the triple naval mounts, the single naval mounts could go -5 to +60 degrees. The triple naval mounts could go -5 to +50 degrees. They had a rate of fire of 4 to 5 rounds per minute. They had a muzzle velocity of 900 meters a second, or 3,000 feet a second, and a maximum firing range of up to 38.5 kilometers. At +50 degrees. So they're pretty darn decent guns. They really are. -64. It doesn't have numbers are off. A warehouse or two burning down will get stock numbers back in line, or just go the winter uniform route and do nothing. I like the 7-inch gun as a standard cruiser gun. Instead of the 8 inches and the 6-inch rounds, build all 7-inch light cruiser fleet. That was the thing. Actually, for the Soviets, this was actually a very sensible idea. And could have been kind of interesting when they built them. Admittedly, they'd have all fitted into the heavy cruiser category because they're 7-inch guns. And this is actually the Soviet problem. Because when they start to look around, they go, hang on. We're building light cruisers which have 7-inch guns, which are great for us. But that means that if we have become part of any future naval treaty, and there were discussions about inviting them to the 1930s naval treaties, etc., we're going to be absolutely snookered. I know I should order some food at some point, but I've got chocolates, I've got iron brew. That will keep me going. I'll order food when this live is over. And then, of course, Stalin starts these. And there's a whole debate about these ships. One of the interesting things is that it's the Stalingrad, one of their battle cruisers, is actually pretty much complete when they cancel it. And that is the most stupid thing the Soviet Navy could have done. But they're cancelling it almost out of desire to show up Stalin. But if they'd actually entered into service, it would have been really quite a capable ship for their presence mission for the next 30-odd years. And would have been quite interesting to watch how the British and Americans and all the other powers would have dealt with a Stalingrad-class battlecruiser coming into Soviet service in 1953-54. But what's also interesting about these ships is, let's be honest, this looks like a scaled up Deutschland class, doesn't it? Honestly, there is something about it which looks like a Scharnhorst on Gneisenau. And the Sovietsky Soyuz, again, looks almost like it's got some Littorio in it. And they have all this sort of history filling into it, and they're going out for information. This is something, again, you have to factor into the Soviet Union when you're looking at their design history. And one of the things which it can't be possible to overstate is the amount of time and effort they put into looking at other people's designs and other people's content. And I can't believe we've been talking about this almost for 2 hours, and we haven't yet got to the end of the first period. So this is going to be a long one tonight. It really is. Oh, good lord. Why has it done that? It's why I've found that stating the bleeding honest once in a while pays off. It's easy to forget that not everyone has the same pool of knowledge. Yep. Excuse the French there. This would also, selling stuff delays them building their own industry to build the things you are selling them. You also get to ensure they've not got latest tech, unless you're Atlee. Yeah, that is quite true. Don't really. Alaska class doesn't get scrapped to Stangrad's launch. Let's see. I'm not so sure about that, but there is the fact that potentially, if we consider when they get sort of got rid of, there is the fact that Hawaii might have been completed as a missile cruiser. I have that as an honest thing. You know, they're decommissioned 1947. If Stalingrad gets completed, then potentially they'll get rebuilt as missile cruisers. Potentially, but also there is the very real thing. Well, there is the very real reality that the Stalingrad class could do 35.5 knots and all that capability, whereas the Alaska class were capable of 33 knots. Although, again, both have 12-inch guns, both have 9 12-inch guns, so maybe you keep the Alaskas floating around. Maybe you keep the Iowas spend more time in service, which actually, conversely, might mean they're less likely to survive to this day. Khrushchev's right to power meant he had to change some things. To extent, it wasn't Khrushchev who made the choice about the battle cruisers. He was nowhere near power at that point. No, he was still carrying out his ascent. Mission, I have an UAD, the Super Soviet cruiser, carrying old 12-inch 52 cal guns. Triple turrets from, I presume, the Gangas. I did well against 6-inch and 8-inch cruisers. 50-50 against Alaska cruisers. That doesn't surprise me. Oh no, just one, don't worry, it's more of me remembering my little cousins are watching. It's not decency so much as my little cousins are watching. And remember, as I said earlier, already in trouble because I'm not going to allow I've not got enough subscribers for my one mum to win the bet with my aunt. So the big trouble hits for the Soviet Navy prior to World War II when there is the Great Purge. In November 1935-ish was when this picture's taken. But the purge, of course, takes place in 1937? Yeah, 1937. And during this year, basically, only Benoni and Vosilov survived the Great Purge. So, from left to right, these two are the only two who survive of the first 5 marshals of the Soviet Union. These 3 gentlemen, all gone. I have a feeling he goes because Stalin is jealous of his moustache, because it's neat and it's proper and looks very good. His moustache gets to survive because it looks weird, and his just looks small. So, you know, they're not worrying. Honestly, there's no real reason. There is various debates about whether or not the information against them that's used to kill them is manufactured. Whether it's manufactured to provide plausible reasons for doing it afterwards. But the thing is, it's done. It allows Stalin to take control. And to... Sorry. For anyone that wonders what's happened here, I've got a scratch up here which is itching like anything, where I was cut by a fluffy research assistant paw, which went up the face and... So A, fluffy research assistant got nails clipped, and B, I've ended up with something which I keep wanting to scratch up on my face, which I shouldn't, especially when I see it on the screen, because it goes, there's a red spot there, rub it off, get rid of it. Yeah. So this leads to the fact that between August 1937 and March 1939, the Soviet Navy has its biggest, when it's preparing for what's going to be coming up ahead, when it really needs to have some consistency in leadership and some vision in leadership. Well, 13 of the 15, 3 of the 5 marshals, 13 of the 15 army, 8 of the 9, including Vladimir Mikhailovich Orlov, commanders, 13 of the 15 army commanders, 8 of the 9 admirals, that's supposed to be, 50 of the 57 Army Corps commanders, 154 out of 186 divisional commanders, 16 of the 16 Army commissars, and 25 of the 28 Army Corps commissars are killed. Okay? Not just removed from post, killed. 8 of 9 admirals killed. So they've just lost all that institutional memory in one go, which they've spent the last few years building up. Last 16 or so years. And They also then go through a period of rapid change of command. Now, not all these people end up getting killed. Most of them end up getting promoted rapidly to fill other slots, but let's be honest. Between August 1937 and March 1939, i.e. less than 2 years, let's be honest, that's August, October, November, December, January, February, March. So 19 months, roughly, 18 months you can probably make the case of, they have 4 officers. So previously they've had 4 officers over roughly 16 years. And now they get 4 Commander-in-Chiefs in the space of 18 months. That's going to have an effect on your command culture, especially when you consider 8 of the 9 admirals are dead. 8 of the 9 admirals you had in your navy are dead. And that changes things. That changes a lot. It changes your capabilities, it changes your understanding, it changes your nuance, it changes your situation. And now everyone is terrified to do absolutely anything that's strictly out of line with the political doctrine. You have to do what you're supposed to do. And the nicest thing I can say about these 4 officers, these 4 people, is they understood the power of the office that they were put into, but they also understood the precariousness of it. And it really is a case that they do not have the ability to do what they're doing. And unsurprisingly, this leads to possibly one of the worst strategic miscalculations the Soviet Union ever made. War with Finland. War with Finland. Yeah. Does anyone know what a stream marker is, by the way? Because YouTube have just added that into my list of things which I can do in a stream, and I have no idea. But War with Finland should be quite good, you know. They have battleships. The Baltic Fleet is strong. And, you know, they've done all sorts of things. They have managed to assist with acquiring the Baltic states, thanks to, how do I put this, the fleet turning up and basically showing them you're stuck between the army and the fleet. And basically they forced, in September 1949, they encouraged the Baltic states to accept Soviet offers of mutual assistance, and in June 1940 they blockaded them to in support of a Soviet invasion. Finland refused to sign a pact of mutual assistance with the Soviet Union. Okay. And so then the Soviet Union decided to invade Finland. Invading Finland is not a good idea. Okay? The Winter War is not a good scenario for anyone to find themselves in if you were the Soviet Union. There is a debate as to how many of the Soviet troops died, but let's put it this way. We reckon the Finns had 300 to 340,000 soldiers, 32 tanks and 114 aircraft at the beginning of the war. Soviet Union arrayed against them somewhere in the region of 425,000 to 750,000 soldiers. 2,500 to 6,500 vehicles, which could possibly be charitably be called tanks, but more likely armoured tractors. And some in the region of 3,800 aircraft on paper. The Finnish war, the war with Finland, will account, winter war as it's called, will account for roughly 25,900. And now we're finally into part 2 of the recorded videos. 25,900 dead or missing on the Finn side, versus potentially 150,000 dead or missing on the Soviet side. 43,500 wounded on the Finnish side. Some in the region of 190 to 210,000 wounded or sick, including those suffering from frostbite, on the Soviet side. The Finns would lose between 20 and 30 tanks, 62 aircraft, an armed icebreaker, and the Laguna naval detachment seceded to the Soviet Union. There were not really many of them. They were all basically ferries, etc. and things, but not really the greatest detachment of vessels. But leaving that to one side, the Soviets lost also 5,500 captured. Between 1,200 and 354 of those armoured tractors, and between 261 and 515 aircraft destroyed. For a total of, for the casualties for the Finnish, of roughly 70,000. Casualties for the Soviet Union of between 320 and 380,000. Some of us would. There's another angle saying, well, it's very hard to predict the past of the Soviet Union. See party members photoshopped from photos of Uncle Joseph. Ah, yes, fun times. Basically, how do I put this politely? The Winter War, especially during the defensive phase for the Finns, is as I think I said in the Long Patrol, is for the Soviet Union like they're in a horror movie. And they're the heavily armed cop who goes charging in and gets killed. And there is always one. In every horror movie, there is always, it's almost a pastiche, there is always this cop who charges in going, "I'm gonna save you!" Guns blazing, everything through the doors, and gets completely mullered. And yeah, that's the Soviet Union in the Winter War. That is literally what happens to them. They just charge in and they get mullered. Because the Finland, as I've talked about in terms of air defense at sea several times, It's about breaking up attacks into smaller and smaller groups until they're manageable. That's what happens to the Soviet Union. Finland itself naturally breaks you up. Once you cross the border into Finland from the Soviet Union, you naturally go over terrain and geography which will break up your forces. And they'll be broken up into ever and ever smaller groups. And then you've got the snipers, you've got all the various guerrilla forces which the Finns are doing. And by the time you actually get anywhere, you suddenly look around going, there's no one else here. So, after all that, who gets the job of trying to fix the Soviet Navy? Well, that's Kuznetsov. Yeah. Kuznetsov. And he will be in power from 1939 to 1947 and 1951 to 56. He is in many ways the, well, how do I put it politely about Kuznetsov? The first ship he'd served on was the Chervona Ukraina, which if we go back, you can see was an Admiral Nakhimov class. So he'd served his entire career in the Soviet Navy. Entire career. But think about that. He spends his first time at sea is 1936, in 1926. And by 1939, he's in charge of the Soviet Navy. He is 35 years old when he is put in charge of the Soviet Navy. This picture is not taken of him at the time. Of course, this picture is taken much later. 35 years old. In other words, he's the same age as me, as I am now, and is in charge of the Soviet Navy. Just putting this out there, both me and Drac, so roughly the same age. Royal Navy, if you're looking for a left field appointment for future First Sea Lord, there is precedence for going for very young people. And it worked out quite well for the Russians. You know, I'm just saying, I'm just putting it out there. So, I'm going to prep some food. Want it done by the time we meet Comrade Gorshkov and the nuclear subs. Whiskey's too interesting. So, 35 years old. From lieutenant to admiral in 15 years. And he had technically joined the Soviet Navy. He joined the Northern Dvina naval flotilla in 1919. So technically he's been in the Navy for 20 years.
He's stationed at Petrograd, and in 1920, he's stationed at Petrograd. In 1924, he attends the funeral ceremony for Vladimir Lenin, and then he joins the Communist Party, and then graduates from Frunze Higher Naval School in 1926, and that's where he goes. He spends most of his junior career first as a watch officer and then as first lieutenant aboard that vessel. I wouldn't really. He's a Serbian peasant family. He comes from, well, let's put it this way. It's a Serbian family, but they seem to be born in Russia, in the Archangel Oblast. What it was now, the Archangel Oblast. So it's an interesting mixture. Um, he had spent most of his interwar period aboard cruisers. Most of his 1920s and 30s aboard cruisers. When he's not on the threatening on Ukraine, he's on the Krasny Kravats, which is another Admiral Nakhimov class. He managed to get. He gets quite good posts. He does get. He applies for and gets the executive officer post on that cruiser. In 1934, he'd returned to the Shoana Ukrainia as her commander. And he turned that ship into a very fine ship. He then goes to the Soviet Naval Attaché and Chief Naval Advisor to Spain between 36 and 37, August 37, which gets him out the way of the purge. This is the thing, you have to remember, he's out of the way of the purge. He's still dealing with the Spanish Civil War. And develops a very strong dislike for fascism. On returning home, he's promoted to Flag Officer 2nd rank, and he's sent to the Pacific Fleet. Again, out of the way of the purge. He managed to save a few lives along his way, apparently. This is what's written about him more recently. But he does survive the purge surprisingly well, and one does wonder sometimes if perhaps he sacrificed some to save others. He's appointed at 34 the People's Commissar, that's Minister of the Navy. And that's how he then becomes Commander-in-Chief of the Soviet Navy from July 1939. When he is actually still 34. He's appointed before his 35th birthday. So he's 34 years old when he becomes Commander-in-Chief of the Soviet Navy. He's one of the few officers who does seem to be convinced from early on that the Soviet Navy is going to find itself at war with the Germans. And he had ordered all the Soviet fleets to battle readiness on the 22nd of June against the orders of Timoshenko and Zhukov. Because his navy was technically part of a distinct ministry, and therefore he could ignore them.
And as such, the Black Sea Fleet, especially in his terms, in his view, because he was always worried about a German invasion of the Caucasus, were the primary theatre operations of the Soviet Navy. And he was a real focus on amphibious assault. And you have to remember, he is key in promoting Gorshkov. One of the interesting things about what happens is there's a lot of thing of Gorshkov, Kuznetsov falls and Gorshkov gets appointed. And Gorshkov falls, and he is succeeded by Shavanin. And often people try and go, yes, they promoted this person who's their opponent. More often than not, those people are the people they were grooming as their successors anyway. So they sort of create their own person who's going to take over from them, but they do it in such a way that, yeah, they get the post, but it continues on some of their projects. As a result, in 1945, after quite a successful World War II for him, and for by terms of the Soviet Navy, he is given the rank of Admiral of the Fleet, which had been initially equated to a 4-star general, but in May 1945, his role was equated to that of rank of the Marshal of the Soviet Union, with similar level of insignia. And he was key in creating or in supporting and organising stuff for Operation August Storm, which of course took place in the Far East and was the invasion of Manchuria by the Soviet Union, which was part of the Soviet Union's entry into the war against Japan. In 1947, please note, he does fall for the first time. We're just going to quickly talk about that one. He's removed from post on Stalin's orders, and with several other admirals put on trial by the Naval Tribunal. He's demoted to Vice Admiral. Others receive various prison centres. But in 1951, Stalin calls him back, places him again in command of the Navy, doesn't restore his military rank. That's restored to him upon his death in 1953. Eventually he falls again, but that's because of Zhukov, who Zhukov then decides to pick Gorshkov to try and succeed him after getting rid of Kuznetsov, and eventually Gorshkov gets rid of Zhukov, and then no one gets rid of Gorshkov until Gorshkov basically goes. He's an interesting Kuznetsov is an interesting character. Kuznetsov is very keen on smaller ships and submarines and cruisers. He's less keen on capital ships, which Stalin, of course, would wish for. One of the interesting things about him is during his retirement he writes memoirs and all sorts of other books, unofficially and officially, which were published posthumously. They are very critical of the Soviets Union's party involvement in the Navy and in the internal affairs of the military, and he insisted things like the state must be ruled by law, which is very easy to say after you're dead. It gives you a sort of view on him, but there's also the thing of, if you write your own memoirs, you do tend to remember yourself in the best form you were. So, why did the S-Class matter? Well, you've probably not heard of them much. There are certainly submarines which the Soviet Union produces more of, and they have earlier. But they're medium submarines. How do I put this politely? One of the consistencies of the Soviet Union has been building submarines. And when I say building submarines, they have been building submarines almost non-stop since 1927. They do keep churning out the good old submarines, but they keep trying to churn out better submarines. And the S-Class represent a desire to acquire German submarine technology. And this is one of those scenarios where you sit there and go, okay, alright, that's fine, that's nice, but why are you? What's wrong with your own technology? And it's when you start to realise that the Soviet government really doesn't trust their own technology. Because they built the decabrists. These vessels, they build six between 1927 and 1929, of which they have issues with surviving World War II. 4 were lost, 1 is preserved, and 1 was retired out of 6. Then they had the Leninettes, which are another interesting class, and they're succeeded by the Shuka, who are the other S-class submarines, or rather the SH or SHCH class submarines, which they build 88 of, and really are their first mass production, let's see how many submarines we can build tricks. But the S-Class, they are, how do I put this politely? They are the Soviet Navy searching for some sort of capability. Hi, Ickers. S13. Yes, I think S13 was one of those. They're interesting. And look, publishing of memoirs posthumously is a good way to avoid becoming posthumous for publishing in memoirs. True. That is definitely a case. They proved interesting, this class, and they do show quite a lot of the issues for the Soviet Navy with their own procurement, because S1, S2 and S3 were built using German supplied machinery, at least in part. The next ones use domestically produced diesel engines, which gave them slightly higher speeds but were non-reversible. And then the Biz 2s had minor power improvements. And then they started a redesign in the early 1940s. The first class basically used German engines and batteries. The second is produced with domestic machinery, produced to as similar specs as they could build. As said earlier, it's kind of when the Soviets are already building their own submarines and already building their own equipment quite successfully, it is kind of strange they turn around and start buying it from someone else. But it's when you start to realize that they really don't think their own is good enough. That's why they're doing it. Take care, Nook. I don't know. The Azov Flotilla in the Black Sea in World War II. Like Sea Fleet in World War II. It's... For the Soviets, again, this is the critical point. The amphibious operations, the withdrawals, the covering, that is what the Black Sea Fleet is all about, and they do very well. But again, when you consider the sheer... the sheer weight of force on the side of the Soviet Union, you are kind of surprised that they don't manage to pull off more. They have a battleship, 6 cruisers, 19 destroyers, 84 motor torpedo boats, 15 multi-purpose small ships, basically minesweepers, and 44 submarines. The Germans have, well, E-boat Schnellboats, roughly 16 of them. The Romanians have 4 destroyers, which would probably be more called torpedo button if they were sort of the Germans. The Germans get interesting. They have those kind of small destroyers, which they call torpedo button. And that's probably because actually the Germans do keep the torpedo sort of vessel line going far more than any other power does. So if you consider that originally sort of destroyers, it goes torpedo boats, then torpedo boat destroyers, which people carry on as just destroyers. Well, the Germans carried on the torpedo boats, and they still have the sort of first-class oceanic going torpedo boats, and then the coastal torpedo boats, which were the Schnellboot. And, of course, also the S-boot. Well, the S-boots, they're the Schnellboots, which are what we call the E-boats, and the R's, which had their own name as well. This one. So they took a foreign power's engine and copied it. Such foreshadowing. But they bought it off them. Mike, hello. Hello, Mike. Mini destroyers or torpedo boats? It's always one or the other. It's always one or the other. Man, I am getting progressively more hungry now. I remember I haven't eaten. So, if you don't mind, Deliveroo. It's always terrible. Whenever I'm on here and I get hungry, it's Deliveroo, which gives you such an idea of my food as being terrible and me eating takeaways, and I really don't. I really don't. I don't know. S-boats were the bigger version of the E-boats, right? Thank you, Jack Wright. It's very kind of you.
yes and no. Yes and no. I did do all the free things at the beginning, didn't I? Yes, I did. They owe me the. They owe me the. They owe me the Iron Brew. But no, Moonsun Operation and the War in the Baltic. Moonsun Operation is one of those classic examples. The amount of times, again, I get into conversation with people who go, the Soviets didn't do amphibious operations, and well, you can make that claim quite sensibly. But there again, if we are going to include D-Day in the list of operations when you don't posture from the sea, then you have to include probably the Moonsun operations as well. Now, there you go. Gone. Oh, feels better. Sorry. That, as I said earlier, has been annoying me. Moonsun Operation is the Baltic Islands campaign, done on the West Estonian archipelago. And it's Leonid Govorov versus Ferdinand Schöner, which is, just a list of names which aren't really talked that much about in usually American and British histories of World War II. Strangely enough, the French histories of World War II actually often have more about this in them. I have no idea why. Anyway, the units assigned to attack were the 8th Estonian Rifle Corps and the 109th Rifle Corps. They're transferred to the first beachhead at Kivatsu on Muhai Island using ducks. Yes, these Lend-Lease ducks. And it's not unusual for the Soviet Union to have, as they did, recruit, I think is the charitable phrase for it, conscript, more accurate, impress, probably the correct terminology, troops as they recaptured territories. Now, yes, there is a problematic in that whilst these personnel would boost the strength on paper, untrained soldiers going to the front line, or rather being used on the front line, is basically the ultimate definition of cannon fodder. Also the ultimate definition of you're basically killing these people. Now, on a platoon-to-platoon company basis, you'd have differences of approach to them. Where if you had good officers, and remember, you don't... Again, the Soviet Union actually in a strange thing. This is the thing. If you're fighting a long-term war, your NCO corps will often go through the same pruning as your officer corps. In that the ones who are bad will tend to get killed off. Unfortunately, in the Soviet Union, you also get some ones who are good getting killed off. Michael, are you open to getting getting book recommendations, or you get too many of those already? I usually say not in the lives. If you want to make comments and chats with book suggestions, it's always good, but there's always a chance I already have them. That's always a possibility. I never mind getting them, but I usually say not in the live chat, because that can then lead to a whole discussion of the book, which derails the entire thing. More only due to me and my weakness when it comes to discussing books. Basically, they're moved by ducks. They're also moved by fins. which was supposed to be the peace treaty between the Soviet Union and Finland had asked for 100 galeases and 100 motorboats with their finished crews. Finland negotiated the number of vessels down to 50 galeases and 50 motorboats. Each of the galeases had a captain, chief motor operator, and 2 crew members, and there were 2 crewmen on each motorboat. These and the ducks were the primary movement of the force. But they did well, and what the Germans basically do is a constant fighting withdrawal without that much fighting. Their main reinforcements came when the 218th Infantry Division and the 12th Luftwaffe Field Division arrived. But the Soviet plan had envisaged clearing the archipelago not later than the 5th of October, but, well, thanks to bad weather, German resistance, they hadn't done it. They eventually managed to do quite a lot quite quickly. And eventually the Soviet forces were reinforced by the 30th Guards Rifle Corps. That was quite a well-trained pre-war unit which had served through a lot of action. The Germans were getting naval fire support from things like the Admiral Scheer and the Prince Eugen. But the Soviets also had significant naval support. What it was Munson operation was a long-term operation. It was supposed to be over by October. It actually took till the 24th of November. So it was 29th of September to the 24th of November. It was supposed to be to the 5th of October, really. So it was supposed to be roughly a 6-7 day operation. And it turns into almost 2 months. But it is an amphibious supported operation. You sent me one on Facebook. Okay. I've been having fun with Facebook page, but yes, I will track it down. I said don't mention it because it distracts me. That's my thing, because then I'm off looking at the book and going, do I have it, do I not? Do I order it? Dawson was half listening while doing something else and pictured something very different as moved by relax. You are Doxon, are you sure you're not one of my friends in disguise? Because I have a friend who's nicknamed Ducky. Because she basically, well, that's one of her nicknames. She's obsessed with ducks. She's otherwise known as Sam, my director slash camera person slash person in charge of me doing any live filming in the UK who comes as my camera lady.
Basically, person who from university who we have sufficient blackmail on each other, we tend to turn up when the other one calls. The war in the Arctic. Now, for the Soviet Union, the war in the Arctic is an ongoing issue. And one of the big problems they realise, especially after PQ-17, is that without any heavy vessels themselves to contribute to the protection of the convoys, they are limited in terms of what they can offer. Rohan, so you're saying if I need to divert you in the chase, I just need to throw out a couple of books. That would probably work. Pretty sure we never met. Duxon. Okay, well, that's good. Because, you see, the thing is, whenever I talk to her about the ducks, she thinks about ducks. And, honestly, when I was showing her a duck, she was quite disappointed that it wasn't more duck-like in shape. Or is it? The 1 month membership emoji is a thing of beauty. It is. I have to say the membership emojis and the difference of badges next to the names you get with them are, I think, a very cool thing that they do offer. But no, Archangels. So the Soviets want one, but there's a reason they haven't had anything up there in the Northern Fleet. They do not have the facilities to support it. They can just about maintain a cruiser up there. Just about. And that is a reason why there's a certain cruiser which is returning quite good nick. When it comes to capital ships, they have a lot more problems. They have a lot more problems. Capital ships are far harder to maintain, require far more assistance, and require dry docks capable of taking vessels which displace far more. Remember, a dry dock size, length, and space is great. That's great for taking in a ship. Okay, you need to first have the length and the width of the ship. But there's also another thing you have to factor into the dry dock, and that is the amount of displacement of those ships when they're going in. So, can they fit in not just the dry dock, but can they fit through the gates? Will they go too deep? And whilst you can argue the easiest thing for the Soviets to do would have been to build a proper dry dock, when they get something like this, that would certainly have been the sensible thing to do. To have gone, we have got a capital ship. We need a dry dock that can fit it. That requires long-term thinking and someone actually sitting on one side and going, we're not in a sensible position at the moment. This is not sensible. We need to do something sensible. And they didn't. Which is sad, but not unexpected. Now, it seems to me cruisers would have been very useful to Russia in the World War II Arctic Convoy War. Yes, it would have been. Some heavy cruisers, something suitably, well, enough of their own cruisers, their own, well, if the Shapiev class had actually been finished, but their Kirovs up in northern waters have been very useful. Now, the DUKW, by the way, duck, just to answer the quick question from Steve Clarke, why Durka becomes duck is never explained. 19 duck, 19 stands for the 1942 production series, immediately means D's, because it comes from the General Motors General Motors Corporation's model nomenclature. So basically, D stands for 1942. Utility, U. K, front wheel drive. W, tandem rear axles, both driven. It's been given various names. The US Navy Marine Corps had a different designation of landing vehicle wheeled, LVW, which was seldom used, and duck just sounds cooler. But no, basically the Archangelisk is needed because the reason PQ-17 and things have happened is because there's no heavy support after a certain point. Because the Royal Navy doesn't seem to point in sending... Well, let's put it this way. The Royal Navy knows what happens when you send capital ships into close range of air bases and the level of threat which can be sent to them. And whilst they take that risk in the Mediterranean where you don't have any choice, they don't see the point in doing it in the Northern Sea if they don't have enough force. Especially as that means they'd have to deploy a lot more force than they're currently doing. Sorry, just responding to my family. Anyway, after this came the whiskey class. Now, again, there are other submarines I could talk about, but I like to talk about whiskies because of all the variations they get produced and all the different roles they get fulfilled. In fact, this class is possibly the most adapted class the Soviets have in the 1950s. And when I say adapted, I mean they get adapted to everything. Their design program starts off in 1946. It's produced by the Lazaret Design Bureau, based in Gorky, and it's heavily influenced by the Type 21 boat. Again, Soviets looking at someone else for their technology. Yeah, that's pretty much what I did mean. A rapid razorback to Mike. Not on a live stream. Don't distract me on a live stream with a book conversation. And the whiskies are potentially kind of cool. They're built 1950 to 58 by the Soviet Union, 1956 to 60 by China. 215 are built in the Soviet Union, 21 are built in China, 2 are preserved. And this is the point at which I didn't have... Whiskey was based on Type 21, wasn't it? To an extent. How long's the delay working on this? Because I'm sure I just mentioned that. Is the delay running at greater than 60 seconds? Let me see. No, it isn't. That's good, because if the delay was running at less than 60 seconds, greater than 60 seconds, I'd be worried. They did plenty of sketchy stuff with submarines. With the whiskies, they did a lot of sketchy stuff. I mean, these boats are sketchy as sketchy goes. Oh, dingle. Sorry. The 21s were, of course, to an extent based on the whiskies, but the whiskies are actually more evolved than that. They do reflect Soviet experience with the S-class, with the various other vessels that they've been operating in the sea, especially the Leninets class submarines. And remember, the Leninets, the Soviet Union operated... They built 28 prior to World War II, World War II beginning, and then from 1932 onwards, they're producing the Shuka class submarines, which, honestly, to be fair, the Shuka class do look like, to me, like a version of the British S-class, That's what the Shukas remind me of. And then they also have the Provider class, which they build 35 to 56, which are some very interesting boats. Okay? Calling your vessels Truth, Star, and Spark Bravada, Zvezda, and Iskaraka. I'm almost tempted to call them the Soviet newspaper class. They're supposed to be a route for transport ships and training duties. They are 1,200 tons surfaced, 1,870 tons submerged. So they are big boats. Okay? One of them is sunk off Finland. The Bravada Truth. Any other navy used the Soviet-style closed bridge on submarine cells? Certainly, it's been something which northern navies have looked at. The more northern your base is, the more you look at it. If you consider that the level of cold which Soviet submarines tend to operate in the far north, etc., you can understand it. There is, though, a view that you should be getting underwater as soon as possible if you're in a submarine, especially modern submarines. So it's a case of there is a reason to have it. There's also a reason you don't necessarily go with it. And as I'm discussing tomorrow, not tomorrow, on Sunday, on Christmas Day, in the video there is a whole video of me on a bridge explaining why you want an open bridge. And what it does. Well, a whole section in the video. Drinks. If I'm distracted at all for a second, I've been told I have to get someone a large Fanta. And I'm making sure I don't forget it. I always do find it interesting. Please note, also aside, for deliver, etc. It flashes up and goes, we don't deliver to schools. I'm going, what school is open at 10:30 at night on this date before Christmas? I realise there are boarding schools in this world. I have worked in a few of them. But again, who is open at this time of night? Are there any Soviet bases which require extensive surface transit to reach or leave? Quite a few of the ones in northern waters do require some very interesting time on the surface. And some of the coastal waters. Now, unfortunately for the Soviet Navy, they are literally just about to get their long-awaited battlecruiser. They are literally just about to enter the capital ship age of building their own capital ships, and Stalin dies. And he gets mourned by what I can only consider are... Okay, please don't take this the wrong way, but the amount of people I see mourning Stalin dressed in white suits, I just start thinking of 1960s, 70s male voice choirs or something. Boy bands? We're all in white suits. I can just
see them breaking out in. This is one of those things when you're a historian, you're sitting there going, "This is a serious topic. I have to be serious about this. I have to consider it properly and talk about it properly." But there's also part of me sitting there going, "I just want to laugh at the boy band-esque look of this, these people." I think I covered the Far Eastern Shipyard in one of the Cruiser videos. I'm fairly sure I went into the Far Eastern Shipyard in one of the Cruiser videos. Dan Stalin, if you had only gotten colored on for another year or two, us Naval fans would have gotten our Soviet battlecruisers. Yeah, you would have got Soviet battlecruisers and something else. Oh, but no. It's, Goes, Isaac Lit Spark was a coming underground newspaper in Tsarist times, as well as Pravada Truth. Cool. Agreed, Mike Cavallo, but that still doesn't mean I don't keep expecting. I don't know. I don't keep expecting to start singing, churning out, start singing something like "I swear by the light in the moon in your eyes" or something like that. You know, they just look like it. Anyway, Stalin dies. Kuznetsov falls for the second time, and this time the actual successor he'd actually liked to actually rose to power. Roboza, Doug Clarke, if we haven't cleared World War II and you plan to go to the fall, we may literally be here until Christmas. Look, we've got to 1956. Okay, we've got to 1956. We have cleared World War II. So we've got from 1918 to 1956. Admittedly, I went back and started in 1905, but we'll leave that to one side. We have technically by definition, either cleared 51 years. You couldn't think of that. And it's been 3 hours. Or you can consider that we have made it all the way. We have managed to clear 32 years. And, no, hang on, no. 38 years. And it's taken us... 3 hours. So, you know, we've got to 1956. Please make it stop. Anyway, so we now got to the Soviet name of the Cold War. And, of course, we got to Gorshkov, finally. Now, this is the man who produced an entire book which is all about the economic importance of the sea. And then we'll turn around and tell you that, oh, no, we don't believe in surface raiders. And again, this is the point at which sometimes I get into trouble with my colleagues. Especially with the videos I do sometimes, because I'll be open in that I have a strong suspicion about something, but I cannot prove it on a video because I can say that to your face in a way that it cannot be ignored by other people. It's very difficult for someone to basically go, no, Dr. Clarke has said this. No, there's an actual video of my face and exactly of what I said, and what I said was this.
And good luck, Bijan. I'm glad to hear your sister can cook. One of the things that I get told regularly about the Soviet Navy, etc., is they're not looking at the surface raiding capacity. You're not looking at it. You then look at their deployments, and you look at some of the discussion they have on it, and some of the information going on, especially that's kept by the Royal Navy's found in the National Archives of the materials they're looking at and the resources they're having written internally, and then you look at what they're publishing externally. And this thing is about the entirety, the whole way through, the maritime power of the global, of the sea, the maritime importance of the sea, and its values. And you then expect me that if the head of the Soviet Navy is obsessing over the maritime economic importance of the sea, you then turn round to me and tell me that they are not planning on waging maritime economic warfare at sea? I find it hard to believe. And I can understand where colleagues of mine come from and say, well, we cannot find the evidence which says it. We cannot find the proof of it because they don't say it. And I agree. You find it very difficult to find the proof of them saying it. But you have this, which is an entire treatise of the economic and industrial and importance of the sea. Senator, is Gorshkov sure he didn't forget some medals? There is still some space on his right side. Potentially, but he's incredibly decorated for all. Again, you have to remember there's the Soviet practice of always putting your full medals, whereas if you were British or American, you get a medal and you might get bars added to it. So you'd have the same medal. You wouldn't get extra medals. You just get bars added to it of getting repeat times. And considering some of the stuff he got up to, basically, Gorshkov is one of those people who, as I said, he's either incredibly lucky or incredibly lucky, incredibly brave, and he plans his stuff incredibly well. But let's put it this way, most of those medals are for doing things which, if he'd failed, he'd have got killed by his own side. Can I put the ISBN number of the book, of Gorshkov's book, in text? Yes, if it has one. It's old enough. It might not. You are lucky. It's one of the first. You can tell how early it is because one of the first generations of the book of the things to actually have it. So the ISBN number will go in the base. I know I'm being rude doing this in front of you, but the reason I'm doing it in front of you is because otherwise I might forget it. And it's always better to do it in front of you than to forget it. Especially if this is going to be as long a thing as I think it is. I'll also put a Amazon link next to it. Just in case. Now, the post-Stalin Soviet Union is an interesting place. Stalin is still to an extent revered, but Stalin is also to an extent being put down because of what he did, and because, quite rightfully so, let's be honest, he hadn't been a nice person. He had not been a nice person. And let's be honest, a lot of the other people around him had not been nice people either. I have taken off these shoes properly. That's rare. I'm putting shoes on just in case my food arrives and I have to quickly go grab it. I might get it delivered, I might not. Who knows? But earlier, we were talking about the ships that appear on the West in the 1950s, where we have the Forrestal class starts off production, which you could argue pretty damn decent supercarriers. You've got the Royal Navy gets HMS Daring in the 1950s, which is a fairly decent destroyer. I really like the Daring class. I can't think why. I haven't written about them in a book. Oh, I have, haven't I? It's called Tribals, Battles, and Darings. Available on Amazon. Not that I'm doing any pushing. There's a link down below. Hey, look, it's Christmas. It's expensive. And then I've got my tax bill in January. All income is gratefully received. Jean Bart entered service in 1955. And, of course, this thing, the USS Nautilus. SSN. The first nuclear submarine. Well, the Soviet Union responds in 1957. With the November class. The book seems to have sold okay. I could always do with some more sales. That's like Razorback comes in. It's not Sunday. No, normally lives are Thursday and Sunday, but this week, of course, there's no live on Sunday, so I moved Thursday's live to Friday. Now, so the Soviet Union is playing catch-up. And that's not something which this guy is prepared to tolerate. Okay? One of the things about the capital ships, the entire reason the Soviet Union had pursued capital ships was status. And okay, so I have to make this point and I'm going to have to discuss it through. As time goes on, the chances of the Soviet Navy in the Baltic and the Black Sea surviving a confrontation with NATO goes down. Baltic especially. Not everyone can be Charles Upman with a bar on a VC. No, Melanie, not everyone can be Charles. Or Carlton de Wirt with all the various decorations he gets. The thing is, the Baltic becomes more and more not a good place to be a Russian ship. You technically have neutrality of the Swedes and the Finns, but even when you have the control of Poland, etc., and all that area, the Baltic coast, you have no real chance of getting the Baltic Fleet out to be part of operations anywhere else. Which means they're stuck in there. And being stuck in is not a good place to be for a ship. If it cannot maneuver, eventually life will tell on it. When we start to look at the Black Sea Fleet, they've got much the same. Now, there's always the chance that instead of Greece and Turkey being good NATO allies and fighting inside of such a war,
they might decide to actually fight each other, in which case that's fine, and your fleet will more than likely survive. But the thing is, if they decide that you're still not getting your fleet out anywhere. So that means basically all your ships there in the Baltic and the Black Sea are, from an offensive operational perspective, pointless. Right then, so that means your Northern Fleet and your Pacific Fleet are your real mobility forces. And your real projection forces. Now, what are you going to do with them? So, well, your fleet's already divided, because infrastructure-wise, you can't put the majority of your ships in those two areas. And then you're going to have to deal with whatever the NATO is sending up against those ships, so they're going to be outnumbered. Yes, they're going to have support of land power, land-based air power, but that's not going to be an overwhelming amount. So what do they do? You have to start thinking through what is your actual role of your fleet. Is it to fight a war? Is that it's going to be its greatest function, or is it to fight? Is it to win the peace? And what does winning the peace look like? Again, for that you have to go back to other navies. You have to start thinking about what did they do to try and win the peace. If you can't fight a war, you have to win the peace. If you can win the peace, you can shape the war to your best advantage. And yeah, exactly, Steve Clarke. You develop fast missile boats, etc., for those areas of the Black Sea and the Baltic Seas, etc. Cheap, expendable, can have a punch far outweighing their size and cost. Well, this is the point at which you start going, what can we do? Well, what you do, as a rule, is different than necessarily what you want to do. What you do is you start designing ships around their image, especially your larger ships, cruisers, anything bigger than that. They're either going to have a war-fighting function or a peace presence function. And the ones which are for the presence mission are going to be built to be for the presence. And that means there's going to have to be something to wow everyone. Doesn't matter. This is the point I've tried to make repeatedly. When you are a winning peace, you are not necessarily looking at... How do I put this politely? Too often, when people start to talk about winning peace on the scale of the Cold War, they're concentrating on, well, how's this going to impact the papers in the UK? How's it going to impact the papers in America? How's it going to affect the leadership of America, the leadership of Britain? And there's a difference there. They're not your targets. You're already in a, psychologically at least, in the Cold War, you're already in a battle with them. It's already going to you're already going to have things viewed as diametrically opposed. That's not the side you're trying to win. You're trying to win control of things and win the peace in terms of South America, in terms of Africa, in terms of the Middle East, the Far East, Southeast Asia, the battleground hearts and minds theatres. And that's a presence mission, that's an image mission, and that's where status starts to come in and starts to matter quite a lot in terms of the ships you're building. How big they are, how capable they are, what they're able to do. Right, I'll be back in a second. My food's just arrived. And I've got a sister who said she can't drop it off in my room.
do not know. I do not know.
Sorry about that.
That turned into a fluffy hike. Have we confirmed that it wasn't the inspiration for Black Knight? No, we haven't. Possibly was. And there was a rather large pool of country called the Non-Aligned Movement. Yes, there were lots of countries in play. And that is the point sometimes about these ships. They're going around the world, going after those countries, going after the image in those ships. So why are SSGNs quite so attractive? The Soviet Union. Why are they so attractive to them? Well, there's about 3 main reasons. They offer something. They offer the naval equivalent of guerrilla warfare. What do I mean by this? Guerrilla warfare, in terms of being able to do an outsized strike for the size of force you're committing on areas. For example, the Whiskey boat here, let's be honest, is not really something you want to be attacking a surface group or ships with. But a port, harbour, some other installation on land which doesn't move. And again, this is sensible. Now, when did the Soviets really, really miss not having that battlecruiser? Cuban Missile Crisis. Imagine the Cuban Missile Crisis with the Stalingrad going around. Imagine instead of a merchant ship loaded with all these containers, imagine if they put those containers on a aforementioned battlecruiser. It suddenly raises the stakes quite a bit, doesn't it? It makes it a far more direct confrontation. And it makes it that much more problematic to deal with for the West. Really problematic to deal with for the West. Now, where was it? I always thought the reliance on cruise missiles was because they couldn't build numbers. No, and yes. Yes, they can't build the numbers. But again, does the numbers matter if you have to protect everywhere because they can turn up anywhere, but they aren't necessarily going to be everywhere? No worries, we're making you in. And Clarke, you're exactly right. Again, sending out technology which was cutting edge stuff like Zenith cameras was a big part of trying to bolster the Soviet image of a science-led, thrusting forward nation which was
pushing ever onwards in capabilities and systems. But the bigger problem for the Soviets with the Cuban Missile Crisis was the fact that, honestly, their surface fleet didn't have the legs, the numbers, or the capabilities to really push it. And so, what could they do with a blockade? Well, the thing is, and this is what you learn when you're building for war, just warfighting capabilities. Submarines make the most sense for the Soviet Navy. They always do. But you can't do presence deterrence with a submarine. Why not? Because a submarine on the surface is a target. Otherwise known as a sitting duck. A submarine's entire military capability and facilities rely on it being underwater. We might regularly see newspapers reporting the end of surface ships. They've been around a long time. They've been reporting the death of surface ships for a long time. I'm fairly sure when the Navy of the Continental Congress of the United States launched the Turtle to attack a British ship in harbour. And what was that then? Or was that in the War of 1812? No, I think that was then. They thought that would be the end of surface ships. It hasn't been. Why? Because surface ships proved to be fairly useful. And it's the same reason we still have, whenever people start saying, oh, we can hit these surface ships, I sit around and go, you can also hit airfields. You still need airfields. You still need surface ships. One of the biggest cases for them is their actual peacetime role. I agreed, Steve Clarke, but the lenses are very, very good. And the other thing is, it looks cutting edge. That's the thing is, marketing does play a big part of it. And it was cool, and there was a status to having them. I thought Turtle was War of Independence. So the Soviet Union starts having to invest in a lot of surface ships. Now, again, during the Cuban Missile Crisis, one of the interesting things to remember is the Svirlov class. Now, I've done lots of talks about them. I like the Svirlov class cruisers. And they are really the big hammers of the Soviet Navy in that period. But in the time of the Suez Crisis, and in times of the Cuban Missile Crisis, and the Suez Crisis. Suez Crisis is 1956. Cuban Missile Crisis is, of course, 1962. A lot of the Svirlovs had been cancelled. Most of the rest had been completed, but the thing is, you haven't kept construction going. The Kinders start construction in 1960. The Missile Crisis, of course, 1962. But the Kinders are not many of them. And they enter service in 1962. The Svirlov class have been their predecessors, and they had planned 30 of them, completed 14. And again, how many can you send to Cuba? And they're not their only cruisers. And the Soviet and the United States Navy has full battle groups deployed there. Rapid Razorback, we're not getting into that in this discussion. You can ask me that one on New Year's Day for that during that live and that brew ships. So, after the Cuban Missile Crisis, after the real humbling of the Soviet Navy and of the Soviet Union because of that, Gorshkov is more emboldened than ever. He really is. This man has just met the things he can use to argue what he needs to do. And he's going to argue them shamelessly. He really is. And what's he going to argue? Most likely that he needs bigger and better ships. And that's what he starts making the case for. And slowly they produce a sort of iterative process to get those ships. But each ship class is produced with slightly different roles in mind. And again, this has an impact on things. I would love to Ingenious Iron, but honestly, I haven't played any of those games, so have no idea. We've reached... We have finally, after 3.5 hours, almost reached the third section. So, SSBNs. And basically, the Soviet Navy post-1965 is pushing itself. It's pushing itself to be bigger, to be better, to have the global presence it needs to deliver on its goals. Now, as I discussed in the long patrol videos, the recorded videos, the goals of the Soviet Union are expansion. Now, what do I mean by expansion? Why is expansion necessary? Because of the way a command economy works. As we already discussed, there are issues in the Soviet economy with the fact that the number of lies going on. You can work this out, though. You can sort this out if you have control of a large enough economy. And by that, I mean basically you need to control the entire world's economy, because then it doesn't matter. Because then there's no one else left to compete with and you control everything. Now, how do you get control of the global economy? Well, you have to start by expanding the Soviet area of control, which means you need more communist nations. But conversely, for a navy which is now moving on to deterrence, etc., SSBNs start to prove also increasingly important. And why is that? Why are you pursuing the biggest and the best of the SSBNs? Because again, it goes back to the status thing. It's the image of the Soviet Union as the biggest and the best, as the future. It's one of the things I find most funny whenever I see tales about some of the powers in the world as we speak. And I'm not talking about major powers, I'm talking about minor powers, who make big grandstanding about having this or that system. And talking about themselves as if they are a massive power because of that.
some of the newspaper articles about, and I can make fun of this, Britain with Queen Elizabeth and Prince of Wales as their aircraft carriers. A sort of case of, we have two carriers. They don't have full air groups. I love them both, but I'd be far happier if we had 3 or 4. And I'd be even more ecstatic if they had full air groups. And if you call them a supercarrier one more time, I'm going to do something nasty to you. That something nasty probably does include a vicious prank whereby you sit down in your seat and the entire chair collapses, or the cushion goes off. But it's going to be something which is going to be satisfying for me and emotionally at least unpleasant for you. SSBNs and Gorshkas for them certainly are about insurance. They're about one of the things that not necessarily do insurance in terms of national security. They're insurance in terms of naval security. Because whilst theoretically you can make the case for both America and Russia that they need ballistic missile submarines because, you know, the other side might hit their bases and their missile launcher, their silos, etc., which are fixed in the sort of as part of their missile triad. The odds of them managing to hit all the silos and all the aircraft bases before they've managed to launch is very low. It's very, very low when you consider the sheer size of the Soviet Union, the sheer size and scope of the United States in terms of their continent-spanning size. If you really wanted to, rather than an SSBN program, you wanted to dig them all in, you could probably do that. But there are 2 issues with that. One, that means you have to dig up a lot of territory and put in infrastructure support, putting bases in the middle of random nowhere. And no one likes having nuclear weapons in their back garden. And 2, that means you've given up a piece of technology you can compete over in terms of status. Of who has the most, who has the best, who has the biggest. All these things. And during the Cold War, that's just not going to happen. For France and Britain, SSBNs make complete perfect sense, because we're small enough. Thank you. Pleasure. In 1966, the Soviet Navy does a global circumnavigation with their submarines. And why do they do this? Because it makes their surface raiders far, far more scary. As I talked about in Long Patrol, and the recorded video for this, the whole point for the Soviet Navy's surface raiders around the world was they were to draw off assets from Britain, from America. And it could be fighting in the North Atlantic, or France, or Australia, or Japan. It could be fighting in the Pacific. They could be fighting in those places of the world where they absolutely need to be fighting. And draw them elsewhere. It's the same with the cruise missiles, the SSGNs, attacking harbours around the world. You suddenly need to have security and forces protecting those bases, those around the world. Now, if you think about your surface raiders around the world, if you send a submarine off raiding around the world with its nuclear-powered submarine with its torpedoes, yes, it can take out a target. But let's say it carries, let's be generous, let's say it carries 30 torpedoes. It's probably going to keep at least 8 of those on board in case it encounters some threat heading home, right? And a submarine's going to want to go home because the submarine could actually theoretically get home because it's underwater and it's stealthy, so it could theoretically get home, whereas a surface raider probably can't. Well, that means the maximum it's probably got, therefore, is 22 war shots. And, okay, it probably could sink a merchant ship with 1 or 2 of those. But that's going to be, what, 11 merchant ships? And in the 1950s, 1960s, merchant ships are actually smaller than they are today. And, therefore, there are more of them. And yes, you'll get 11 ships sunk, but then you have to come home. You're going to draw a lot of forces off to come and kill you, but, you know, you're not going to get many ships sunk. Well, now let's link you with a surface raider. And have the surface raider go and engage the merchant ships. And have a nuclear submarine or 2 sitting around the surface raiders. Suddenly, the surface raiders can use their guns to sink the merchant ships, which is a lot more efficient economically. And they carry a lot more shells. And you need to send something to hunt them down. And whereas if you're hunting a Naval on its own, or something like that, you might send a carrier and a couple of escorts. If you think they have submarines down there, and could have submarines down there, operating in tandem with the surface raider, maybe lying in wait for any task group which comes down to attack it in the South Atlantic or the Indian Ocean, wherever that surface raider is. You're going to have to send a full battle group. And that's suddenly a lot of ships. Or, of course, you cannot send anything. And then you're going to look weak to the South American nations and the African nations, and they're going to wonder whether they should support you or whether they should not. And they're going to probably be neutral, which means they might hold off supplies. And again, this doesn't matter in a short war which goes nuclear within 45 minutes. But the moment you get into a war which is lasting weeks, months, years, suddenly the impression of those other powers matters. And this is the point where Soviet analysis starts to really have an impact and a kick in. Because which 2 nations in World War II had the largest stocks of biological weapons? Britain and Germany. Which 2 nations didn't use them? Britain and Germany. Because both knew if they used them on the other would use them back, and it would be a descent to the bottom. And it would destroy everything. And you know the same with nuclear weapons. And yes, the Americans actually used nuclear weapons on Japan, but the interesting thing about Japan is they didn't have the ability to reach the United States. They couldn't send a nuclear weapon back. They didn't even have nuclear weapons to send back. And they didn't have really a reliable delivery system which would deliver anything back to the United States. So the Americans could attack Japan with impunity. So as long as you can threaten to retaliate with equal levels of force, what is the likelihood of your opponent doing so? And remember, Germany didn't even use those biological weapons, those chemical weapons, under a fascist regime when Germany itself is invaded. They might have considered it, but whatever other considerations they might have done didn't seem to turn into actual delivery of actual weapons. So, you then get the Russians keep talking about mass nuclear strikes in the publications which they know the West reads, which fuels the West view that any war is going to be short, sharp, and nuclear, and be massively destructive. Which is great for the paranoia and the political and causing political issues in the West for the Soviets, isn't it? Now, believe it or not, it's a very real fear which lives through the Cold War, and I can understand it because both sides are playing into this. But I question whether it would have always been the outcome or would have necessarily happened. There's certainly a period in the late 1950s where I think a nuclear exchange is probably quite likely. But in the 1960s, etc. onwards, I think things get decidedly more different and start to become a longer war inclined. And that's when issues start to come in. But a short war, which is going to go nuclear, is of course cheaper to prepare for than a long war, which is going to become progressively more using up of resources. Example, if we can see what's happened in Ukraine recently, is a good example of this. That's depleting quite a lot of resources of NATO, etc., in terms of the stockpiles. It's also affecting Russia. Similarly, lots of stockpiles of weapons are going down. It's taking time to actually start to rearm and actually produce more equipment to fill the gaps and to fill in. And this is unsurprising to those who've watched it because, let's be honest, short wars have been what they've been planning, what governments have been prepared to pay for and plan for. Then we have these vessels. Now, if I think of them just as the hangar at the back, I can about tolerate to look at them. Because everything else is pretty nonsensical. But basically, consider these ships a simple solution to a problem whereby helicopters are the coming of anti-submarine warfare, and the thing you really need to do, and you have a lot of ships which you cannot adapt to having to carrying helicopters, and rather than get rid of them and try and replace them all, because that would be incredibly expensive and very difficult with your level of maritime industry, you instead build these vessels to provide the helicopters for the groups that those ships need. Consider them the equivalent of an escort carrier. Sure, well, they were already gassing people during the Holocaust. Yes. The thing is, they used the weapons on their own people. They didn't want to use them on the Brits, though, because the Brits would use them back on them. Anyways, Dr. Clarke, in regards to the Soviet Union, generally they didn't seem to be as enthusiastic as the US when it came to overseas bases. Was it a money problem or fear of loss of control? It was an opportunity problem. They're happy to have them when they have the opportunity, and they use them to achieve a lot of control over the local area. They had lots of bases in Eastern Europe and lots of bases in the various Soviet countries they could get bases in. Weren't the Soviets using railway mobile ICBMs too? Yes, they did have those as well. And so did the USA, I think, as well. In terms of the railway mobile ICBMs, I think, well, the USA looked at them. I think again about the Soviet Union is they were quite happy and quite prepared to pursue projects like this. The Papa-class boat, which takes a long time to develop, and it's how to use titanium as your hull. Well, pardon me. I feel better now I have some solid food inside me, although I should probably have got more than chicken nuggets, but that was all I felt like eating at this time of night. So apologies again for eating in front of you all, but I'm hungry. Basically, the idea was the Soviets wanted to build something which was a clear technological advantage over their opponents. And when you realise you're not going to catch up computer-wise that quickly, because it's taking you a long time to try and get there, you look for other ways. Think of this as an offset strategy to an extent. And our titanium hull allows you to go faster, deeper, and theoretically produce a stronger submarine. Welcome to the Papas. This is a technology development program. And it gives them a very capable boat, a very fast boat, the world's fastest submarine. Useful. It also then leads to various responses from the West, including eventually the world's fastest torpedo in the Spearfish torpedo, which the British still have in the field. But you know, life happens. Alright, so the Moscows made sense in ASW asset. They make sense as a hangar for helicopters. That's about the only thing that makes sense, and that's my... Oh, I think earlier there was a question of the Blackburn and ship design. There are so many things wrong with that ship. So many things wrong with that design. So many things wrong with that design. I mean, my Timberborn design is probably better than that. Doc, you're referring to the salami scenario from Yes Minister. Salami slicing is definitely part of the world you deal with in the West. Yes, you have seen me in a hot tub. There are some videos coming where I am in daylight in a hot tub. Don't think any of them have gone up yet. So is VA Treble 11 Schwal not a torpedo? Drubbers, whenever I see 111, I think of the joyous things. Yeah, well... Let's put it this way. I am not quite sure whether I trust stats on that. I am just not quite sure I trust the stats on Ushkaval. And maybe they are, but I don't know if I trust the stats on that. I'm not sure I trust a lot of stats on from the Soviet Union, but that one... How do I put this? I'm really not sure I trust the stats on it. So that's the nicest way I will go. I will go. If I have to pick torpedo for the fastest, I will tend to pick the Spearfish because A, I am fairly certain of the stats on that, and B, I'm fairly certain of, well, the fact is the supercavitation system, etc. they're producing, and let's put it this way. One of those torpedoes can actually maneuver to attack you. One of them seems to mostly go in a straight line. and it's I don't think it's called hypercavitating. It's called supercavitating. If I'm not saying hypercavitating is something different. Yeah, it's supercavitation, and yeah, the thing again is if it was such a great torpedo and really did work as advertised, I would expect to be deployed more by the Soviet Union and the Russians. So no. Uh, I'm gonna I stick with the spearfish. I I have my reasons and I'm fairly happy on those solid grounds. They there are many stats. I look at these things and I'm not quite sure. That's one. It seems like yes, as a point and shoot it turns about as well as a super tanker. Yeah, let's put it this way: if you're point and shoot and you're that, I'm not sure if you really can as a torpedo or as a. If it works as advertised, it's sort of an underwater dart that you fire. It's kind of the equivalent of a crossbow bolt or an arrow. It's shot, it goes in a straight line. Spearfish will do the things we expect a torpedo to do. Um, There are many people pointing out that the Scaval is more a weapon intended to be used as a possibly nuclear-tipped snapshot down the bearing of an incoming torpedo to force an opponent to maneuver and break the guidance wires. That is, broadly speaking, one of the concepts of operation they discuss about it. Lots of people toyed with a supercavitating torpedo. And Steve Clarke, you've started a sidetrack where we've gone off into the whole realms of debating torpedo technology, which is always fun. I'm not getting into the whole tigerfish. I'm not the biggest fan of tigerfish. Spearfish, good. Tigerfish, oh my lord. So, after they come up with the Papa class, they then have to turn into an actual practical class. Start off with the Alphas. What's wrong with the Tigerfish? When it starts out, it makes the Mark 14 look reliable. It gets better. The British do admit their mistakes and get it better quite quickly, but it starts out looking pretty interesting. So, oh yeah, well, yes and no. Mainly, it was a case of I was pointing out what the British responded to, sort of with, and then we forgot entirely about the Kara class, which is what I meant by being sidetracked, and that was on me. And then someone mentioned the tigerfish, and that's just going way too far. So, Kara class are really quite a good example of the Soviet Union Navy, to my mind, getting some decent ships in the water. And they are, by the end of the 1960s, they are getting some decent ships in the water. There is an argument whether they're the ships they want or need. And this is the argument which tends to come back to the people and the persons who are arguing on ships based on warfighting ability versus people that are arguing for ships based on image and their presence capability. And honestly, Navy needs both. It does need both. But, yeah. Alpha class. They follow on from the Papas. And the Alphas are an example of the issues you can run into the Soviet Navy under communism, etc. They always done. They haven't got an NCO arm, and they haven't got, as we would understand it, and they haven't got, because of the conscript nature of the naval personnel, despite the selectiveness, the extra training, they can't use them on something like the Alpha class. Which go to sea with an all-officer crew. Which causes problems, again, as I got into the video, but basically, the big problem it causes is you have junior officers filling in roles which normally would be done by junior sailors on this class. And so when they find themselves on other boats, because normally you pick your very best officers from graduates to go off to the Alpha class, they now know they don't have experience of being in charge. And suddenly they're expected to be in charge of people. So it creates a problem for you with your own best officers. It also creates a problem in that you have an all-officer ship. Admittedly, it's an all-officer boat because it's a submarine, but it's still all-officer. And that starts to create some issues. You might say, well, hang on, planes fly around with all-officer crews? They do. But for some weird quirk, I can't think why, you can get away with a crew of 3 or 4 all-officers in a plane. Although, considering the amount of large Soviet aircraft which had tail gunners, etc., who were definitely not officers, you do have some mixture going on there. If you've got an all-officer vessel navy, that makes life more complicated. It looks bad. It doesn't look as all in it together. Now, there are reasons for it, and the reasons are training, experience, level of technical awareness, level of all those things you put in. Things which, basically, in a Western Navy, this would have been probably a vessel, if it'd been built, if someone had built something similar to the Alpha class, it would have probably had a crew made up of chiefs and lieutenant commanders and above. It wouldn't have had any junior sailors on it, and it wouldn't have had any junior officers. Steve Clarke, Naval planes. So did the Royal Naval Air Service, and lots of other people in World War II had planes which had flight sergeants, etc. in World War II. By the 1950s, 60s, and etc. when we're talking about, by the time we're talking about the Alpha class, it's far more divided. And even at this point, you often have warrant officer flyers in the Army and in the Army, flying things like gunships and helicopters. In both the US Armed Forces, I think, and the British Armed Forces, and a few others. But again, it's rare in the Soviet Union. And the Alpha class are both something which causes real trouble for Western navies and something which causes trouble internally because of that. For Western navies, they cause trouble in that you suddenly have a submarine out there which is pretty much a dedicated hunter-killer.
And despite what we might talk about with the Los Angeles class and the Virginias, and especially the Seawolves, and the Astutes and the Trafalgars, this class was the real deal. This class were it. They were hunter-killers. They were designed to go and hunt down enemy submarines and kill them. Their job was to be, in many ways, whilst the other submarines were going out and would be trying to push beyond the Greenland ice and UK gap, push beyond where NATO was holding, these submarines would be waiting for NATO submarines trying to get towards the ballistic missile subs and taking them out. CJ-90, intercept subs. Exactly. There's something which no one else had really tried. See, right, point 87. It's an issue of the Soviet system with a peasant conscript armed force led by a professional officer corps. It is. And it's a case of really interesting, actually. It's kind of an interesting scenario for the Soviet Navy that you don't have an NCO corps. But it's a function, because if you think about the national service armies which are built by the Western nations in 1950s, 60s, their backbone is their NCO corps. And that's how they try and maintain enough institutional memory to weld junior officers and conscripts, because let's be honest, national service personnel are conscripts, into an effective fighting force, thanks to their NCO corps. And the Soviet Union tries various attempts to try and develop such a corps, and they just fall apart. Finally, the Soviets launch a carrier. I remember one of the most interesting discussions I read about this was the Kiev class. Was the actual debate the intelligence services had over whether or not the Soviet Union was actually building an aircraft carrier. Because they'd seen the Moskvas launched, and they saw a very large hull being prepared. And was that hull going to be for a large cruiser? Was that hull going to be for a new unforeseen science vessel or other vessel? What was it going to be for? And slowly it turns into a carrier. Now, I think I've already made my feelings on the Yak-38 Forger plane. I don't think I need to get into that again. But what is this vessel built for? Well, it's an improvement on the Moskvas in terms of anti-submarine warfare. But it's also carrying the 38 Forger. And the one thing the 38 Forger could be used for was a peacetime mission, which the Soviets had found very annoying that the NATO powers, etc., kept using on them. And that was, we send up a plane to come and find you and watch your exercises. And in return, we very nice people send up aircraft from our carrier to drive off your plane. But the trouble is for the Soviet Union, if they're doing their exercises out in the Middle Atlantic, their only options are keep shouting on the radio, increasing threats to an aircraft getting closer and closer, or shooting it down. Shooting it down starts a war, at least risks it, and increasing threats without actually delivering on them makes you look weak. Which is, of course, not tolerated by a nation which is looking about its capabilities. Didn't China turn Kiev into an amusement park? I think they possibly did. I don't think it was Kiev. So you build a carrier. You have the Yak-38 Forger. You have an aircraft to go up and go. Go away, please. Because if you have an aircraft that goes up and it goes away, please, and then there's an incident in the air, you don't look so aggressive. Please note, if anyone tries to make sincerely the effort that the Yak-38 Forger is worth it in any way, shape or form as an air defense aircraft against a serious opponent, I will laugh. Okay? They had 4 hard points. They could carry the A7 Kerry or the R60 air-to-air missiles. So, yeah, it's not really an amazing aircraft. To be honest, you could call it a Harrier equivalent if you were talking about maybe a first-generation Harrier equivalent. And even then, I'm not sure I'd put it in the same category as the Sea Harrier. Look. It was just not. Okay? But for doing the peacetime mission, for winning the peace, it's perfectly fine. For going up and dealing with maritime patrol aircraft and trying to drive them away, it's perfectly fine. If you put a squadron of them up against a squadron of Tomcats, there wouldn't be a single one left. That's good. The Yak-38 that needs to be low refueled by a land-based tank of about 10 minutes launching if it had any ordnance. Yeah, there are many issues with Yak-38. However, Dr. Clarke is going air-to-air in Yak-38 against a Tornado F-15. Any crazier than taking a Harrier up against a MiG-29 or Su-27? It is crazier than taking a Harrier up against a MiG-29 or Su-27. The reason being that especially once you got onto the Sea Harrier Mark II, it had beyond visual range capabilities. It could fire its good missiles, so it had a chance. The first generation Sea Harriers probably not against the Su-27 or earlier MiG-29s, but there again, it did quite well it did quite well
Okay, there are various arguments going on about the decrepitness of the Forger. I should point out to everyone before we go too far on this. One of the favourite aircraft of this channel is the Blackburn. And when I say this channel, I mean it's not of the person who talks on this channel. It seems to be of the people who subscribe to this channel, one of their favourite aircraft. You can't throw too many stones when you live in a glass house. There again, though, as I said in the recorded video, the Blackburn is actually a more useful aircraft in its time and more capable aircraft in its raw warfighting role than the Forger is, theoretically. Then we have the Kirovs built, and let's be honest, they are capital ships. They're not cruisers. They are built for the presence mission. They are built for the global status mission. And again, the one thing about the Soviet Union is you have a multiplicity of vessels being built for these supposed roles. You have the Kievs, you have the Kuznetsov, you have the Moskvas, you have quite a few of the cruiser classes have command functions, capabilities. You have the Kirovs, you have the Slavas. All these vessels have these supposed command function roles for commanding task groups, which are supposed to be smaller and more spread out. But the thing about these vessels is I'm not sure we can really call them a class in the traditional sense, because not a single one is completed to the same deal. This is another reason why I call them capital ships, because they are a class built along similar lines, so they are a class. But each one takes so long to build and is built so individually that each one is very different from its next one. So you have the Kirov in 1977, then you have Frunz in 1981, which you can actually, if you look between them, you can see visual differences between them. And then you have Kalin 1986 and Yuri Andropov 1989, I think. Yeah. And this is, of course, the Peter Velicki, which is still sailing around to this day. And the Kalinin is also, I think, is possibly going to be emerging soon. Oh. Oh, chat, you always amuse me. Now, honestly, the West didn't counter because by the time you had all four theoretically in service, the Soviet Union wasn't around for much longer. But I think, honestly, if the Soviet Union had actually kept going longer than 1991, I'm fairly sure the US Navy strike cruisers might get built. Or something equivalent to them. Some nuclear-powered large cruiser would get built. Especially as their own nuclear-powered destroyer leaders, which were retitled cruisers because they had nuclear power and they carried the extended-range missiles of the standard variant, were starting to need to be retired. So I do think then you see something. Basically, these ships are about sailing around the world and putting everyone in a quandary. There was actually a really good response from Paul, one of the admins and one of the people who sort of does comment quite a lot on this channel. Is quite a very nice person to chat with and very informed. Which was what you'd send after it's visited is a hospital ship and a CB ship to visit an area. You go completely different away. And that's possibly it, because if you turn up with another surface ship while this vessel's there, you're going to look completely smaller and you just like a little bit chipped off. And if you turn up with a carrier group, which you would have to if you turn up with a carrier near something like this, you look like you're scared. So going completely opposite way and setting around sort of Mercy or sort of Comfort or something like that, yeah, that's probably a good idea. The trouble is, though, with doing that, is
That only works if you're turning up in a nation which is abjectly not just in need of such support, but willing to accept such support. If you turned up in, let's say, Argentina with UNSNS Mercy or Comfort after a Kirov visits and offered to provide medical assistance, the government might not be happy with you. If you turned up in India, the government might think you were trying to embarrass them. And that is the problem, because whilst for disaster relief, turning up with that in any disaster, any nation hit by a disaster, a natural disaster, turning up a medical health ship is going to be greatly received. In peacetime, turning up with them, it depends on the nation you're dealing with. If it's a nation which is developing and is happy to admit that, if it's a nation which is small, let's say a small island nation, and doesn't have the population to sustain a massive hospital, they'll probably be very happy for the help if you turn up and all those sort of things. But if you're turning up to a nation which has hospitals, they're probably going to look at you and go, why are you turning up with this? Then we have the Slavs, as said, which I've presented my thesis on, basically, in a nice long video, which is that these are the spares produced for the Kirovs, and basically that program and they're the spares for multiple other programs, and they become the heirs because of the fall of the Soviet Union. But really, they don't. Really, it's Varag which becomes the heir, because Varag gets the funding. ESN considers CGNs to be too expensive to be worth it compared to LM-2500 power ships. I know, but again, they are helped by that decision by the fact that in 1991 they no longer have to deal with the Soviet Union. So you might turn up with a hospital ship and hand out anti-radiation medicine, make it look like the reactor is dangerous. Still probably going to get certain nations an issue. Hello, Trisvadona. Thank you. Right, it's the trouble with the nuclear radiation. The things are issues, saying it's a case of there's a radiation leak from the reactors. Yeah, that is a double-edged sword if you then turn up with your own nuclear-powered carrier. Typhoon class then come along. Now, the Typhoons are another interesting thing, because once again, the Soviet Union is producing multiple ship classes at the same time. If you go back to our SSBN list, you will see when the Typhoon class begin, there is the Delta IIIs in production. Then, a few years into that, they shift to the Delta IVs, which keep on being produced after the Typhoon class finished. That's a small issue, isn't it? And technically, the Delta I's have only just stopped before the Typhoons begin. You can even argue the Yankees keep going for quite a while. The Yankee class overlap with the Delta I's. Delta I's overlap with the Delta IIs.
and overlap with the Delta Threes. Delta Threes overlap with the Typhoons. Delta Fours overlap with the Typhoons. Typhoons, of course, are the world's largest submarine. They are a status symbol. Now, again, people go, well, they're built to crack through the ice and all these things. Yes. But again, they carry the very big missile. Yes, they do carry the very big missile. But it's one of those things of, yes, you've got a really big missile, you're putting a really big missile in a really big submarine. You're also still building the Delta Force. You don't need the dual program. Why do you want the dual program? Because of the status of having the biggest submarine with the biggest missile. And again, there was a discussion in the comments of someone going, well, they started, you know, this missile's a response to Trident, and actually the missile's on development before Trident, because the whole thing is it takes so long for the Soviets to actually develop things. One of the things you have to find about the Soviets, and again, one of the reasons why I have problems with some of the torpedoes and some of their claims about the torpedoes, and especially when they say they put them into service, is they are masters of doing what has happened with the F-35, in that initial operating capability. This thing comes into service with IOC, and it's declared in service. And then a couple of years later, a new version is out, and this is an improved, better version. And you sit there and go, when's the real version that you've been building to coming out? These are all IOC variants of it, aren't they? Then, right, perhaps the Soviets saw the lava class as a cheap replacement of the aging Svirlovs. About a dozen of those going out of service. Yes and no. And again, with the Slavas, the thing is, they only build 3 of them. So, you have to think about it. The Svirlovs are going out of service to an extent. To an extent, some of their positions are being filled by Kirovs. To an extent, some being filled by Karas, and some being filled by Slavas. And the Slavas are backfilling a lot of roles. As I said, the main thing they're backfilling to is if the Kirovs fail. That's, you know, they're the second sort of tier for that one. But they're also, to an extent, they're backfilling for certain cruisers which are not as good at air defense as they are. They're far better at air defense, on paper at least, with their missile load and their VLS load than most other cruisers in service. Their missile system is not the newest of the newest capability. It's not the best missile they could have fitted to them, but it's still a very good missile. It's one of those things. I knew someone was going to come to me and go, well, I don't... And let me not put the funny voice, because the actual person who taught me wouldn't have put the funny voice, but there are usually some people who turn up with the funny voices. Does it really matter if you're being attacked with this or that in terms of the... You know, a missile which is carrying a nuclear warhead and moving at this speed? Not really. But the thing is, if you're building a cruiser which is... How do I put this? The example I give is these cruisers are sort of the Slavas are sort of the Soviet 1970s and 1980s version of the Crown Colonies. In that you could build a town class cruiser, but you don't need to, and this will do the jobs. And so we're just going to churn out some Crown Colonies, and then they don't even churn them out. They have huge troubles with the yard, and honestly they don't put any effort into it because it's just not the important project for them. And that yard has so many issues getting the missiles, getting the systems in, so this is why those ships take so long. That's because the replacements that we often talking about, the new submarines ending service, are more a continuation of the Delta IV line than they are of the Typhoon line. That's what the benefit of Typhoons over Delta IV is they can launch their missiles from alongside in Murmansk. They're a threat even when you know where they are. That is true. They do carry the bigger, longer-range missile, and yes, they can theoretically launch from Murmansk, and that's a great thing. You want to be able to launch your missiles from pier side, because that's what you design your submarines for, to launch their missiles from pier side. Sorry, that sounds more critical than it's meant to come out with. It's a case of, if you're launching from pier side, something's gone terribly wrong. Because in any scenario where you have a missile that's at the level at which it can launch its missiles, in terms of a submarine, in any kind of scenario where you think you might end up launching them, you are probably sending them, should have them at sea. If they're alongside and you find yourself in a situation where you are ordering launch of missiles, then something has seriously gone wrong in your threat analysis and in your defense analysis. And if it's actually alongside the undergoing maintenance, etc., the thing is, it might well not be loaded with missiles, because the missiles tend to get removed for those periods, because the missiles need maintenance as well. H was one. Big ones, yes, but now still carries big ones and more accurate as well. The squad. Again, the debate of accuracy of the missiles. Yes, you turn around and go, my missile is more accurate than your missile. How big a warhead does it carry? Well, mine will hit within a meter. Mine will hit within 20 meters. Or mine will hit within 10 meters, and mine will hit within 100 meters. Cute. How big a warhead are you carrying? Several megatons. Does it matter whether you hit within what distance you're talking about? Nope. There will be nothing left. Again, interesting debate is what constitutes a cruiser, but that's a whole other discussion and a whole other video, and this one is already 4.5 hours long. And we have still got slides to go. By my count, there is still at least another 5 slides to go. Dr. Clarke, I know surface beings are stealthy, but that's the point. But why didn't anyone consider intercontinental surface ship launch companion? They did. I think both. I think the Italians considered putting Trident on their cruisers, and various other people did consider putting various missiles on ballistic missiles on surface ships. In the end, it's just not done. I was right. What's the most capable leg of the Soviet triad? That's a really interesting discussion. Probably, honestly, their land-based ballistic missiles are fairly decent. They have, for a nuclear triad, they're all fairly decent. Everyone wants to start pointing out counters and the things you can do to counter them, and yes, you can. That's the whole point. There's all sorts of counters you can do to them, but they are still fairly decent and fairly scary. That's what. The Russian leadership was paranoid about a sneak attack like Barbarossa. Though they launched from alongside makes sense when they're taken into account. Not ideal, but useful. The problem with that is, as discussed with Kuznetsov earlier on, is that A, Barbarossa wasn't a sneak attack and he knew it was coming, and B, he had the fleet at full military alert and every ship he could deployed to sea. So the thing is, the Soviet Navy's memory of Barbarossa is very different than everyone else's memory of Barbarossa, and this is also post-Stalin. This period now, where things are being discussed, and the fact that Stalin had willfully ignored the warnings of his own intelligence officers was known about. So, again, when you're talking about this period,
The idea of a sneak attack like Barbarossa, well, Barbarossa wasn't really a sneak attack. Because the only person who is theoretically surprised is Stalin. Yeah. But... okay. 6040. Alex, actually, I think that I remember during previous reading one article, but it could have been, it was an older article, so it could have been wrong in the period when it was all sorts of things. But yes, so you're saying 475 kilotons range versus ones carried on the SSN-20 on Typhoon were 100 to 200 kiloton range. That's still 5 to 10 times the power of the bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki from memory. Again, it's not going to make much of a difference whether you get within 10 meters or 100 meters of the target, is it? Was there a logical reason Soviet cruisers were also capable missile cruisers? Well, again, you have this thing with Kuznetsov, and I would honestly put it down to the level of the quality of the aircraft they're fitting on them and their capabilities. So, Scott, I see what you're saying, but I'd point out the Soviet reaction to Able Archer 83. Yes, but you also have to remember there was a lot of that reaction which was, how do I put this politely, staged for the political reasons. Thank you, militaristics. Now, Kuznetsov is a really interesting carrier in terms of, when it's completed, this is theoretically the new age for the Soviet Union. They have carriers. They have actually what looks like a viable carrier. Admittedly, it's a Stobar carrier. For those who don't know, Stobar is short takeoff, barrier-assisted recovery. Which means you take off like you do with a Vistol carrier or an Invincible class, etc., using your own power. And then you recover with the assistance of barriers, so you can land you can land more heavily than you can if you're a conventional STOL aircraft. $10 or 100 meters actually does matter, even at kiloton yields, if you're targeting specifically hardened structures. If you're targeting specifically hardened structures. But are the counter-strike weapons of the Soviet Union targeted on hardened structures? Or are they targeted on cities and centers of population? Again, I can understand the point you're making, and I do accept the point you're making. I know I said Megaton. Mea culpa. As I said, I was remembering an article I read. I could go back and check the article and read it precisely, but probably I'm remembering it wrong. So fine. And you're now going for hardened structures and targeting something specifically. But the Soviet, especially the second strike weapons, like submarine-launched ballistic missiles, were not targeted on specific structures. They're targeted on cities. That's what they're going for. They're going for population kills. Second strike weapons are weapons of revenge. That's what they all are. Hi, Diego. And
Hey, Colin Carroll. Melanie, let's see. Okay, now seems to be a discussion going on about the various nature of nuclear weapons. On the thing of, and yes, the Ohio carries 24 with 14 up to 14 MMOs. That's, no, you haven't dragged me in. It's a case of, the point, again, with these weapons is, they are, and derp, and I know it's derp as well, and Verdun. I do know you're all talking, but it's a case of, how do I put this? Submarine launch weapons tend to be, we're talking about Counter-Strike. Should probably explain at the beginning. So again, you're not aiming for hardened targets. That's what you'd be talking about with your primary strike weapons, your land-based ICBMs, which will tend to be more accurate, maybe your your bombers. Submarine launch weapons tend to be against unhardened targets. Again, if you're talking about Trident warheads, occasionally you're not carrying all nuclear warheads. Again, MIRVs, you could be carrying that many nuclear warheads. You could be, if you're the case of the British, and I think to an extent the French as well. You can carry also things which are decoy systems, which are do all sorts of work to attract the enemy target, enemy's attention to them, and keep it away from the actual nuclear warheads going in. That is the reality of what they're talking about. And that's the reality. Again, this is the point again with the Murmansk launch, etc., of the Murmansk launching from the side of the in Murmansk scenario. Yes, it can do that. And that will do tremendous damage to the hull if it launches from the side, unless it submerges first and then launches. Because the rocket, when it goes off, will do damage to the hull. But they really aren't sort of. It's, how do I put this? Again, if you're launching from Murmansk, something has gone seriously wrong, of Kuznetsov level of wrongs, as in the carrier, not the admiral. And Majestics, could you shot with Zumwalt? Would that be enough? If you're talking about modern scenarios, if a Russian cruiser goes around a Zumwalt turning up, it would be enough. If the American media hadn't spent the last few years, and the American politicians themselves hadn't spent the last few years tearing the Zumwalt's reputation apart, yes. Oh yeah, 100%. The Soviet SBM's Counter-Strike, the new RV with a new fusing option, actually has the accuracy for first strike hardened targets, which isn't the case for the older things. 100% also less than the full load. Want to have the option to fire a missile and only have 1 or 3 warheads, not 10 or 14, and everything in between. That's what I doubt the missile. If you're launching missiles, I doubt ongoing maintenance is a major concern. Yeah, probably. But I still don't like the idea. Don't take me the wrong way. It's the naval architect's son in me. The idea of actually purposefully burning your own submarine, stopping it being able to submerge safely, just horrifies me. I know it's probably not a concern. I do understand mentally it's not a concern, but in here, the part in here does not feel that way. The Marin's thing is also sort of a Tom Clancy justifying his plot. It's not that it's wrong, it's just that it's also something to make the hero right. Meant the new US RVs had the first strike accuracy. Yeah. Didn't Typhoon carry first strike cruise missiles for their 650mm torpedo tubes? That is often put out there as something they might have done, and they could theoretically have carried that load, but I'm never quite sure if they actually deploy with it or if it's just talked about as a possible capability. And the answer, Kuznetsov, is interesting. And the reason for Kuznetsov is not bad carrier experience. It's honestly, how do I put this politely? This is the 5th aircraft carrier built and designed, the 7th if you include Moskva and Leningrad. And then you can go back all the way to the designs they took of the Graf Zeppelin and various other things. Um, its issues are more to do with the way it's built. Honestly, the yard it's built in. You have to remember they're built in the Chomsky shipyard on the Black Sea, and that is the same yard which is having fun building the Slava. Well, not the same yard. That is one of the same group of yards which is having fun building the Slava class. It's part of the same grouping. And yeah, they had built some very successful Sverdlovs, but then they build the Moskva class, then they build the Kiev class, and then they build the Kuznetsov. And they also, of course, were the planned builders of the Ulyanovsk, which was supposed to be the big Katabar nuclear-powered carrier that the Soviet Navy was building. It's actually quite an interesting design to look at, that one, in terms of capabilities. The Americans certainly perceived it as being focused on just them, and basically being a carbon copy of them. I am not quite sure, but it was going to have a mixture of catapults and Stobar, which is really quite interesting when you look at it. Okay? So please, I haven't got into this design because honestly, it would just confuse the life out of people once you start talking it through. But this was one of the yards which was supposed to build the big ships. And they had interesting issues. Basically, from the moment the Stalingrad, which was pretty much finished, was cancelled, and when it was almost done, this yard turned from being a very reliable yard to being a yard which could pretty much be described as producing some interestingly cursed ships. It shows, out of your submarine-based manga, you had the Hood Canal, a short jaunt from the pier, where a sub could submerge and launch missiles if trapped in port. I.e., Hood Canal bridge damaged. What would the Soviets use carriers for in non-peer on peer near-peer conflicts? Well, basically, you have to remember the Soviet carrier, especially Kuznetsov, when it's being procured. What is it being procured for? Now, you can argue it's for a warfighting role versus the US, going carrier group to carrier group and all that stuff. Well, then you want a far bigger carrier, honestly. So what are you looking at for a carrier for? Well, again, think about it, put it in the phrase of winning the peace. If you've got allied powers who are fighting civil wars, etc., in Africa and all those places, and you want to provide them with functional support, well, having a carrier turn up and provide airstrikes and air support is quite useful in terms of image, of power projection, isn't it? And the Soviets have watched other powers do this and go, that's a useful idea. IO2, one of the Soviets also building a CVN, the Ulyanovsk. Yeah. IO2. However, all this construction, it's 1985, he's been in power almost 30 years, and there is this whole fight. There was an interesting comment made the other day, which was, well, weren't the Soviet Navy kind of third in line after the, fourth in line to an extent, after the strategic deterrent forces? The Army, the Air Force, and then the Navy. And to an extent, you're right. but the Navy had still been managing, thanks mostly to the efforts of Gorshkov and his ability to circumvent the politicians and various other people whenever he wanted, to still get funding for all their big projects. Lots of funding. And so he falls. And in his turn is placed someone who he's been pretty much training up for most of those years, Fleet Admiral Vladimir Shovanin, who will go on to become the first Commander-in-Chief of the Commonwealth of Independent Navy, the Commonwealth of Independent States Navy, from 91 to 92, and Commander-in-Chief of the Soviet Navy, 1985 to 91. He is still alive today. He kept the Akula class going. He kept many other projects going. And basically, all he does is stop some of the newer projects. Including, theoretically, well, honestly, the Ilyvosk wasn't scrapped till 1991 when it was 40% complete. It's not even, it's stricken in 1991, it's not scrapped till February 1992. It was going to carry Yak-44 radar picket aircraft, which were honestly what I call Hawkeyski, as a rule when I look them up. If you want to go look them up, you can. Please do. You will see what I call Hawkeyski. And then it was going to be loaded with Sukhoi Su-33s or MiG-29Ks. Probably, I think, would have been a mixture of 22 of each. But there's a big debate, because theoretically it was supposed to be 44, and it's how big do you make a squadron? Did you go through the smaller vessels? No, because I did have some slides which I originally was going to add in here, but I did a mental calculation of how long it was going to take to get through this video, and it's already midnight. No, the Ilyvosk did not give up on missiles. It was going to carry 12 Granite SSMs, P700s, Bucksams, and all sorts of defense systems. It's a really interesting system. But one of the systems you do have him push through is the Neutroshime class frigates, which I would argue are the basis for many of the later of the Soviet development of their frigate program. And having a decent frigate is important. This has been a trouble for the Soviet Union the whole way through. One of the things, again, I talked about in the Long Patrol and recorded videos was the fact that the Soviet Navy has a real problem with its medium vessels. We talk about a high-low mix of naval vessels all the time. We'll always because it's a nice, easy thing to talk about. But the high you need for a low threat environment and the low you need for a high threat environment are very different from the low you need in a low threat environment and the high you need in a high threat environment. And the problem for the Soviets is always that vessel in the middle. So theoretically,
Your middle vessel is your low in your high threat environment and your high in your low threat environment. Yeah. Now, if we go to World War II era, right? So, what's your low level vessel in a low threat environment? That's your sloops. And your low level vessel in your high threat environment, your destroyers. Your high level vessel in your low threat environment, your cruisers. Your high level vessel in your high threat environment, your capital ships. And your destroyers and cruisers probably are both hovering around the middle. To be fair, I bet when the RM went to the Falklands, they would have sacrificed crew parts of their body for a couple of Hawkeyes. If they'd had the carrier to launch them, yes. They'd have also taken Gannets. Anything with airborne early warning would have been greatly appreciated. The helicopters, which come into service after the Falklands War is over, literally come down aboard the carrier, I think it's the Illustrious, coming down. And come down on... Illustrious Invincible. It's the Illustrious, yes. That comes down afterwards, comes down at the end of the war. They would have killed for those to have been available at any point in the war. High-low is a cost argument, but it's also a operational argument, because you need to have the most efficient use of assets. Now, if you're the Danish Navy, you basically use the same ship for everything and just put in different Standflex components, but they've managed to get that to work on. Good luck, Mixelites. Good luck with putting the faucets on drip mode. 12 degrees Fahrenheit. Fun. So, summary. Oh, good lord. It's been interesting. I have attempted to convert what I could easily turn into an entire year's course in the university into free recorded videos and a long patrol. Free recorded videos and a live. The live has ended up being roughly 5 hours long, and it hasn't finished quite yet. So, is this in any way, shape or form a perfect coverage of the Soviet Navy? Nope. There are huge gaps. Huge gaps. You could sail a Kirov through them. You could sail Kuznetsov, if it could actually move and not burn itself to pieces, through them. But the idea I was going for was to give you an overview. Give you an introduction to some of the arguments. Some of them are my views, and the views of other people who would disagree with me. Basically, to try and give you an idea of the discussion points. And that's very much what I've gone through. And I've been honest where I am in the minority of those views. This is the thing. I am honest. I try to be honest about that. There are scenarios where I am in the minority. And I'm not in... I hope I've been on this, doing this channel and doing these things long enough that people don't think I'm ever in the minority on views to try and score points or get attention. It's because that's the way the cookie crumbles in my brain when I'm looking at the arguments and looking at the evidence. The Soviet Navy is far more complicated than some of the very, very catchy histories tend to make out. Because usually in those scenarios, they make the Soviet Navy just a pastiche of itself.
One of the difficulties for me with this entire series was providing a book that could see me the whole way through. I had to make use of Norman Palmer, who is alive and is still publishing, I think. But one of the things I do enjoy about his works, and you can read Norman Freeman's versions as well, is that they actually are well-articulated arguments. I don't agree with everything they say. I do not. But there again, I'm a historian. As I've said regularly, if you put two historians in a room, you'll come up with 30 different views on anything. At least. The other thing I would say is that the story of the Cold War Soviet Navy is the story of Gorshkov. There is no other navy in the world which has had that consistent leadership for so long. Yes, others rise and fall. Yes, there are other voices. Yes, it's more complicated than just Gorshkov. But Gorshkov is this consistent factor for nearly, and I do emphasize this, for nearly 30 years. That is, and when we're talking nearly 30 years, we're talking a few days shy of 30 years. Not a long time shy of 30 years, not months shy of 30 years, a few days shy of 30 years. There are service personnel whose entire careers are under Gorshkov's leadership. There are actually people who, if you think about it, they go and do their service, they come out, they have children, their children do their service, and they come out in the time he is leader of the Soviet Navy. Iron Brew is caffeinated. Now, one of the interesting points I was talking to about while making this video was the amount of people who said that basically in categories of things that one person put it far better than the rest. That the Soviet Navy is not Soviet armed forces are not a military-industrial complex. They're an industrial-military complex. And sometimes their armed forces are literally told what they're getting because that's what the industry is producing, because the industry doesn't necessarily produce exactly what they're asking for. And I do agree with that. But I would put another level to it. I would say it's a political industrial military complex. And you have to put the politics where they come. In the Soviet Union, the politics come before everything else. Everything is through the prism of the politics. And this is where you can get into trouble, because you can start to think about things from an engineering perspective, or a military perspective, or a strategic perspective. And those can all be good and interesting ideas, but again, it's the political perspective which matters when it's the Soviet Union. And politics is not a clear-thought, logical game. It never is. One of the things about politicians, and when you're dealing with politics, is one of the classic things a politician will do is something they won't argue for, because that expends their political capital for it. They'll get others to argue for it. They'll just let it happen in the way which best suits them. And this is something which I think Gorshkov is an absolute master at. He's a master at judging what will work out the way he wants and what will not. He starts things off, he lets others expend political capital fighting over them, and he gets to reap the rewards for what he wants in the end. It's not the military way, but it is the political way. And it works. So, what do we have then? We have a Soviet Navy which, in the middle period of this series, probably is Stalin's Navy, with Stalin pushing the things that's being built. But even he doesn't always get his own way. It's interesting, the thing is,
Think about it. Stalin is arguing for capital ships for a long time, and the industry and the facilities are just not there to build them. And it's the classic quirk of fate that if he'd held on and lived for a few months more, he'd have got to see Stalingrad launched. And then they'd have had a battle cruiser in service called Stalingrad. Getting rid of that would have been a nightmare. And the knock-on consequences for other navies around the world. For example, HMS Vanguard is, of course, decommissioned in 1960. Well, if the Soviet Union has a Stalingrad-class battlecruiser in service, the Royal Navy might well decide to keep Vanguard in reserve. Yes, it's expensive, but again, the politicians of Britain might well not want to be seen to be dropping below the Soviet Union. It happens. Again, naval expenditure, defense expenditure is political. And with the Soviet Union, everything is political. So, let's say this. The Navy turns around and goes, we want a new missile. It can't be any bigger than the previous missile. Well, if the engineers turn around to the politicians, the various leaderships, we already talked about the Soviet industry, and says, this is what we want, we're going to build this. That doesn't sound impressive, but you turn around and say, we're going to build a missile which is bigger and better than the previous generation. That sounds impressive, doesn't it? So the Navy then gets a missile which is bigger and better. Oh, it weighs 1,000 more pounds. It has another meter of length. Oh, great, we have to redesign the entire ship around it. But for the Navy, that means they have to build a bigger ship. And their justification to go to the politicians about spending the money when they're having to fight with the Air Force and fight with the Army is, well, this is what we need to be able to support the missile that we've just built, which is bigger and better than the other sides. It's layers upon layers upon layers of politics. That's the Soviet Navy. Is there a reason Russian kept ships around so long? Yes, because decommissioning them makes you look weak. Nice, still live. Yes, Richard. Just backing up. Just finishing. Right then. So, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I've got to, tomorrow morning, re-record the Ottoman-Venetian War, which is to go live tomorrow evening. I've got to finish some recordings for Haida, and I've got to finish the recordings of the Albany class. So tomorrow is going to be packed for me. Wish me luck. I am not throwing down any kind of gauntlet for anyone. But I hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you very much for making the last year very, very cool. I know I'll be talking to you again before the year is over, because I have a live booked in for next Thursday, the 29th, 100 Years of Gun Cruisers, which I hope you'll enjoy. And I have a live booked in for Sunday the 1st. And I think Friday the 6th as well. But, yes, this is the second to last live of the year.
Next one I'll be seeing you is on the 29th. And thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and thank you again for all your support last year. Thank you for all the messages you send me, for all the information you send me, for all the support you give me. It really wouldn't be possible to do this without you, and thank you. And yes, thank you. Hey, caramba. I'm looking forward to it. Don't take this wrong way. I'm taking the 25th and the 26th off from recording. So that's going to be 2 days of me not speaking to a video camera for a long time a day, which I think is going to be good. It's going to be nice to have a bit of a voice relaxation time after the last few weeks of quite heavy work. I'm not doing this again next year, or if I am arranging it so I have friends doing also videos that will go out on the channel. So it'll be a case of not all the videos will be on me. If you win the bet, what do you get? I'm not part of the bet, but I get a very thankful and grateful mother, which hopefully makes me have more brownie points and be more appreciated as a son. That's the victory for me on the bet. But as said, current stats for all of that. Let's see. I have 9,345 subscribers, so I would need to somehow gain 655 subscribers in the next 23 hours and 20 minutes, which I doubt I will do. But thank you very much for all your support. Thanks, Danny. Thank you, Ruhan. Thank you, Knight6831. Thank you, Nicole Ross. Merry Christmas to you. Thank you, Ruhan. Thank you, Byron. Thank you, DG40. Thank you, Melanie1640, Abazaski. Thank you, Sean, Melanie, Jack, and Paul. I think you were on at some point for doing, and of course Seneca for doing the adminning this evening. Thank you for all the super chats. Thank you for all the memberships, and thank you everyone. Thank you, Tanya Felica. Thank you, Richards. Thank you, Steve Clarke. And hope you enjoyed. I think your cousins might call upon your voice. Well, this is why I have Iron Brew. What does Mum get? Mum gets various nice things from my aunt. My aunt gets baked goods from my mum if my aunt wins. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Take care. And, yes. 5 hours and 8 minutes live, roughly. Oh. Thank you. Yes, I'm glad it has been nice having a video a day. That's why I did it, for people being lonely, and that's why I want to keep it up next year, but I don't want to have to do auto recording. The other option is I start recording them in January. And basically I start factoring in, so I record an extra video each week for my Christmas videos. I might well do that and plan out the Christmas video series a long time in advance. In which case it'll be a case of, hello, welcome to January 2023. This is the first video of December 2023 scenario. But we'll get that one up. Thank you very much, Aaron. Take care. And yeah, also tomorrow the suggestions will go live on Patreon for January's patrons thing will go live on tomorrow. So basically suggestions will be open. A suggestion thing will be open from tomorrow. Thank you very much, Aaron. Take care. Have fun. You're hanging out with Drac a bit too much. There are so many photos in the Hyder video of me and him hanging out that it's quite disturbing. But we have a lot of fun. Thank you very much, Aaron. Take care. Oh. Merry Christmas and have fun, everyone. Hope to see you again soon, and hope you enjoy your Christmas Day, Boxing Day, time off, whatever you get, and you have fun. Enjoy, and see you again soon.